day.
Hump day.
Hump day. I love that we do it on a Wednesday because then it matches that commercial and everything.
I know, right?
And you're Mike, so it's like perfect. Hey, why are you wearing that hoodie? Why am I wearing this hoodie?
I don't know what day it is, but it's almost Mr. Robot Day.
It is almost Mr. Season 4 of Mr. Robot. We're pretty geeked up about it. So we're rocking our Elliot hoodies today. Oh, yeah, I got a semi-black one or some gray. You've got a gray one. We're close enough, right?
Yeah, I can't see anything with this on.
Yeah, I think you need to like pull it. I don't know, back a little bit.
No,
I kind of look like an archer from like medieval times, and you kind of look like a Sith Lord. I think.
Oh, I'll take it.
I don't know.
You got the Star Wars shirt on.
What?
You got the Star Wars shirt on. You would know.
Shh, that's a secret reveal. You can't reveal it yet until I take this hoodie off. Now everybody knows. Now the cat's out the bag.
I'll be down here if you need me.
Yeah, so dude, I'm gonna take this off. Okay, Mr. Robot, we're excited. We're looking forward to it coming. Now we're done being hot because it's super.
I should let people know we're streaming. I should probably tweet her.
Yeah, might be a good start.
I tweet her.
We're in here by ourselves, talking to ourselves.
Yeah, let me switch account. I don't know if there's somebody else in here. Oh, I can check. I've learned how to check. No, there's people here. Say hi in the chat. There's the Star Wars.
There's my shirt. Meh.
Oh.
Meh.
Now we're getting inappropriate. I got my. Ooh, it's like an upside down hoodie. I've turned my. What I turn my hoodie into? It's a. What do they call
Snuggie.
it?
It's a Snuggie. It needs to be a pink Snuggie though. Snuggie the Hut.
I got the fan blowing too. I'm all set.
All right. Nice.
I gotta tell you, I'm scared.
You're scared?
I'm scared.
I'm scared.
We're gonna do something tonight I've never done before.
Oh, come on now. We did animations, right? We did that.
I've animated before.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I am animated. So I got that one covered.
You never played with marbles before?
I know I look old and like old enough to be one of those kids that played marbles in the streets growing up, but I'm not quite that old yet. Yeah, I can't lay claim to that.
Can't lay claim. Okay. All right.
I'm getting some liquid courage.
All right. I got my angular cup here too. We're rocking our angular cups. Yeah. Brand product placement.
Do what we can.
I got my angular thermos. We call this.
I don't have any more angulars.
Oh, but I got the magic sticker on it, right?
Oh yeah, I have those. Those are floating around here somewhere. I've got tattoos.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
Wait. Angular sticker.
There's your stickers.
Oh.
Yeah.
My transform rotate X was off.
Doing a little animation.
Little CSS humor.
Little CSS.
Yeah. I was going to do
CSS IRL, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
I was going to do something on my phone related to this, and I don't remember what it was. I don't know.
Who knows?
Who knows? All right.
All right, we're going to do a little VS Code live share again for the session as normal, right?
We are.
All right, you sent me the link for my access. I got to remember how to join this.
Come on.
Well, you sent it in the chat that I can't click the link to, so now I got to navigate to it in some browser. My gosh, a lot of work.
You don't know how to copy and paste? As a developer, that's like the first thing you learn.
I always write everything. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Like that's probably my most used key combination on my keyboard.
Remember what was the first stream? My C key died. I think it was excessive copying.
That was an issue.
Was.
Glad you got it fixed though.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. Got some live share. I was going to say something. What was I going to say?
You're here. I see you in here. You're in the live share.
I'm in.
I'm gonna make you read right because you're gonna be writing the code tonight. I didn't tell you until now, but
I'm gonna be doing the typing.
Yeah.
All right, you just tell me the characters to type, and I'll type them out.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is share the live share link in the chat.
All right.
Oh, got that. In case anybody wants to check that out.
Nice.
Yeah. I try to be friendly. Wow.
Nico Tuggs took y'all.
Keep us honest.
To get the link out or to get started or
I don't know
with everything. Probably with
clarification.
Yeah. What was it that you were waiting on? That you were anxiously waiting on?
Because if it's the live share link, I better see to get started. Okay.
Get to the codes. Enough chatting.
All right, so you're here, but you're not in a document, so I can't follow you in live.
I'm not. Okay. We got love right back. We got you. All right. We're gonna dive into Marvel testing with RxJs, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Can I ask you a question though?
Absolutely. Does that count?
Have you ever done Marvel testing before?
I have.
Oh, nice.
I have.
All right. Well, I'll sit back and help commentate, ask a few questions.
I think I'll be able to navigate my way around it. So
this is like Angular Evening Air. And I'm your host, Mike Brocky.
Nice.
Our guest this week is Justin Schwarzenberger.
How's it going? My name's Justin Schwarzenberger. I am a GDE. I love helping people out. I run this videocast called everybody knows, whatever.
You're too
it's a good practice run. Maybe one day I'll be sick and you'll have to take over hosting duties on Angular Air.
You don't want the ratings to go down.
Do we have ratings? Here we are. We're chatting again.
They're called YouTube comments and nobody should ever read them.
We get pretty positive comments and good comments. I like it.
You are braver than I. I have not read them.
Into looking at them.
Yeah, I keep away.
We try and grow a healthy community, so hopefully everybody's friendly and happy.
Dude, I feel good, ready to write some code and drink some beer.
Oh my gosh. Talking about, I had a busy day of meetings and mentoring and helping, and I absolutely love doing all that. I love helping other people be awesome, but I got to tell you, I'm pretty stoked about writing some code tonight. Pretty so
I got through up to like 95% through this project that I'm working on today.
Okay.
And I was owning both the data and the UI.
Okay.
No, because it was like hard-coded data and there was a whole lot of change and flux. But I was able to migrate over to a backend API that somebody was providing. So any of the data issues, I could be like, oh, not me. Go somewhere else.
All right.
I'm like, yeah.
All right.
I'm cleaning my plate off.
Okay, so we're talking RxJS. We're diving into some RxJS, right?
Yes.
And so observables, streams, that sort of thing. And really going to dive into how do we test those, right? And there's this magic Marvel testing that we can do that really helps us simulate streams and simulate moments in time in that stream so that we can effectively test scenarios.
I like this. So it's like Doctor Strange. We got the time stone and we could tile that forward and back. Is that different?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think we're going anywhere. Is that considered a spoiler? Like, we're still going to be here. We're not going to disappear or anything and then like be gone for millennia.
No, I'm like back. I mean, we can go back to like the original Doctor Strange movie where he gets the time stone. He controls time.
Okay, I'm going to trust you on that. I'm wearing my Star Wars shirt, so sorry, I'm not mentally in the Marvel universe right now. Is that Marvel, right? I'm going to lose my cred if it's not Marvel. I know, but you know.
Well, you and I were both talking.
Yes, we can totally do the hand thingy with the stone and the stuff. Exactly what you're saying. Yes. I hope.
Controlling time is what made me remember what I needed to do on my phone.
Oh, yeah, what were you going to do on your phone?
I am prioritizing my laptop on the home Wi-Fi.
Ooh, all right.
Don't tell anybody else in the house.
Don't tell everybody else in the house that you're taking all the bandwidths.
I'm stealing all the GBs.
All right. Okay, so you graciously set up this project code.
Hold on.
To get us started, right?
Well, Nico's new to VS Code Live Share.
Ooh, awesome. All right. Well, let's give a quick rundown that, you know, you want to do it?
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get my screen a little cleaned up here. What is it? Hey, go away. Go away. All right. Hold on. You're over there. All right. Cool.
Who's that?
I'll go full screen with VS Code. All right. I'm ready.
Okay. That means I need to share it.
Share it away.
All right. Boom. I'll take
a
look.
Nico, we got you covered. All right. Oh, I don't think I've rezoomed in. Let me double check the file size. You're going to make me bump that, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Enhance.
I think that's enhanced.
Okay. I think that's okay.
More than 2 characters. I can't help anyone.
All right. Anybody in the chats, let us know if you need that bumped up, if you'd like that font
or if it's too big, you let us know. Let us know either way. It's too big, right? I can zoom back down. All right. So
everybody's like, I'm watching this on my phone on the couch. You got to bump it up.
All right. So what I'm doing, I got VS Code shared here. It doesn't matter which project it's open to, and I'm just going to search for Live Share. First result from Microsoft. Click on it here. Live Share. And all you got to do is click install. I'm not going to click this because that would uninstall, and that would be bad. Once you have that installed, then you need to authenticate. And you can authenticate to either Microsoft's OAuth server or through GitHub, one of the two. And then once you're logged in, you can go to that link in the chat. And once you do that, you'll be in here and you'll be able to use your editor on your machine to be able to look at and follow us around through our code base. This way, if you, by chance, don't like the theme that I'm using, which is wrong because everybody loves a dark theme, right? If you happen to like using, something orange or red, yes, why is that on my machine? Okay, or synthwave. I like that one. Remember, we used that one for our slides last talk.
What is light purple?
Which one?
Light purple. That's what that color was, right? No.
Oh, that hurt the eyes.
All right, so they're connected with their VS Code, so they can style it however they want. But look at the code that we're sharing.
Yep, I'm going back to my dark plus.
All right.
All right, do the same. Okay.
So there's a link. You put the link in the chat. If they click on that link, it'll ask them to authenticate through Microsoft or GitHub.
We have another guest in here.
When they do that,
Nico's in.
VS Code and will be in the session with us.
Yes.
And so now if you click on the little icon down at the bottom, where the people, if you're watching and you click on the people at the bottom, the status bar at the bottom, they can click and then select a person to follow. And wherever that person goes, navigates and open files, their VS Code will automatically open those files and follow that cursor around.
Absolutely.
Pretty cool.
So I can see here that Nico is on line 1 in the file that I am in. Then I can follow Nico around if I wanted.
Cool.
Oh, no. Oh, that's I don't want to remove Nico. That'd be wrong. All right. So do we want to talk about what we have so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Not much. How's that for starters? Let's go to the app component. And we
got an Angular CLI project, right?
Yeah, brand new Angular CLI project. You know what we can do? I've got Git lens installed. I can show exactly what we've done. Get rid of all these things down here.
And so we want to do Marble testing. So we want to do unit testing on some code using this RxJs Marbles unit testing framework, right? Or testing helper code. So we're really looking at utilizing the Angular CLI and its built-in testing framework that's already set up to be able to then write some new tests and run those. Yeah.
So what we're doing here is looking at the Git history, and this look, I'm blurred out. I'm not focused. That's okay. I've had too many beers apparently. So this initial commit is just the generation of the Angular CLI project. And you see, we did that a long time ago. That was 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago.
Yeah. And then since then, we can walk through our diffs. We brought in the HTTP client module. we created a data service, which is a new file. And what we're doing is we're consuming the Star Wars API. It's a free API. I think it might be rate limited, but it's free. And you can check it out. And I create a few methods. Get people, which will call the people endpoint, which will get that data and return that out as an observable. And then I'm returning people, planets, starships, and films. And then I also got the types defined thanks to quicktype.io, which is an awesome site to be able to just generate types quickly based off of JSON data.
Cool.
And that is where we stand.
So we got
wait, I have two other changes that I've done. I made our tests work. Since I am now in that service injecting the HTTP, I am creating a mock for that so that the test or the class can be instantiated. So that's now passing. And the other change is we have switched from using Chrome to Chrome headless.
So I think let's talk about that
Chrome headless
first, right? Because that's a pretty cool setup, I think, that we've got inside. So
yeah,
in this scenario, we've got an Angular CLI project. It's using Karma as the test runner, correct?
Yep.
And then it's utilizing Jasmine as the testing framework, correct? Yes. Okay. And out of the box, when we run Karma, when we run our like ng test and it's going to run Karma, it's going to give us output in the console, but it's also going to pop a browser window open and show us results in there and run code in the browser, right?
Correct. That is absolutely correct.
And so what we want to do for our stream is to kind of eliminate the browser pop-up part and just live in the console or in the terminal and see the results of the test in the terminal, right?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do real quick is move this over here. And I was doing a little research about finding. Justin, I know.
That's very tiny. Very hard to read.
Right.
All right. A little more.
We're good.
You can match that code on the other side.
All right.
Hey, you signed up to do this presentation stuff.
I did.
It's part of the gig. All right.
There we are. All right. Now we're good. So whenever we run test, which is ng, we can run ng test, or there's an npm script for it, and we can run npm test. And run that. And I'm not going to touch anything. And I'll be completely honest with everyone that no browser windows are popping up anywhere on my machine because we're using Chrome headless, so it doesn't need to show a UI.
So one configuration change, and we've got Chrome headless.
One configuration change. Yeah, we changed one line.
Didn't have to install like Selenium or anything.
Didn't install anything.
All right. All right.
Justin, this font size, I can't even see the rest of my imports here. All right. I know.
Yeah.
It's all part of being friendly to the viewers and not to myself.
Well, and this is where I'm viewing it from, so it's to me as well. You know? Plus, my dog might want. Okay, he's asleep. He ain't looking at nothing.
All right, so now
it's dreaming of rabbits.
You see, it's connected to headless Chrome, and it ran my tests, and they are successful.
Line wrap.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are good there.
So I like that. That's pretty cool. We got we kind of eliminate that browser pop-up scenario.
Yeah.
Now we want to talk about why it pops that browser up. Why does it use that? Why does it use browser at that point? Even with Chrome headless, right? Like, why is it doing that for our unit tests?
So that it's running in the environment very similar to what your application will be running.
Because when we write unit tests, right? When we write unit tests in Angular, we can do isolated tests where we just test classes, but we could also use the test bed and the test fixture to test markup, right? And template stuff. And so in order for that to do that, then it needs to render in a browser, right? And so that's kind of why that browser is wrapped into that, right?
Exactly.
Whether it's Chrome or Chrome headless, it needs something to run the DOM and execute the DOM and check the DOM.
Yeah. So, and this is also run in a watch mode. So if I have should define get people, we can say expect data service dot get people to be defined. And just by saving this file in VS Code, it's automatically going to rebuild and rerun our tests over here. So we should see that 5 tests are successful, even though I forgot a semicolon.
All right, so we do have a display scenario here. Maybe we should make that terminal narrower, or
I could do that. Is there a way to get rid of line numbers?
Probably can.
Let's see, I've got my demo stuff up here.
Or maybe like just the gutter width or something of the line numbers. So you still have the line numbers that we could call out, but I'm going to guess false. Maybe off.
It said off, but I just didn't have.
Oh, it did. Oh, it's a string. Okay.
Yeah. What is this? Edit? Oh, well, that's interesting. I don't know what this is called on the left to get that to be smaller. Editor folding false. I'd like my folding. I'll try not to fold though.
Try and turn that out. Yeah, because maybe that's adding some.
I'll try it.
Over there.
Folding strategy. Folding. False. Well, I gave us a little bit more. Thank
now
you.
Turn the line numbers back on.
What?
Now turn the line numbers back on.
No.
Oh, it still bumps out.
Yeah.
We need those line numbers.
What about the sidebar? Sidebar location, left or right? I don't want the sidebar at all. Actually, I don't want any of those. Oh, look at that. We got help in the chat.
Nico's bringing all the
suggestions. With motion? False.
Now, okay, now turn the line numbers back on.
I don't want the line numbers.
Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. Okay, fine.
Why?
Well, what if I have to say like on line 14? What about on line 14?
Well, doesn't that show somewhere? I don't know.
All right.
I want to turn the sidebar off. I think there's a way to, you know what I can do? Bloop, bloop. There we go. It's gone. Are we happy?
I still want you to make that other terminal over there a little.
There?
No, the other way. Yeah.
You want it bigger?
No, I want it like that, smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, now make it bigger.
I'll bring this over. All right.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
Right? Okay. I'm so demanding. Sorry. So needy.
Okay.
All right.
Nice. I saw you. You're in here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to come back. Now you're back here.
I'm back.
I need to follow you. There we go. Okay. So we've got
5 tests running now.
Now we got this data service and we're making use of HTTP to call this endpoint because we know HTTP is using observables, right? The Angular HTTP client is using observables to do its get calls, post calls, yada, yada.
So this is taking everything, a whole lot of stuff, and is returning an observable.
Yeah. So that kind of gave us an observable right out of the box that we can use that then we can test against.
Yes.
With marble testing, right?
Marble.
All right. So right now we have this data service and it's making a bunch of GET calls, and it is basically doing a typical kind of map of the results coming back, of the payload coming back, and extracting out the part of the payload that we care about. So in this particular API, it looks like the data is under a results property in the return in the payload of the JSON, right?
Yeah. Justin, you don't have to say it. I know I need to bump my font.
My lips are sealed until now where I said they weren't, they are, but.
So looking at this API, what it'll do is it return a little header object because it does paging and what have you. This particular result of films, there is no paging with that one, but all the results are in an object called results. And this is where you get the actual data here. So going back to the service, we are getting back that full response, and then that full result is here, but we only really care about that results property. So it's just doing a map on that observable to get the results that we care about.
All right. Cool. But so all of these calls are just, they're all set up right now to just do that, right? They're just doing a map and stuff like that.
So the nice thing about this API is that for characters, it really doesn't give us any information except for the information of how do I go get information about that person, or the planets in that movie, or the starships in that movie, or the vehicles, or the species. There's a lot of information in there.
So this is something you'd really see in kind of a REST pattern where you ask for one resource, and then if there's associated resources, it gives you back the URLs to query through that REST endpoint to get the associated resources.
Yeah, so I want to set up one more endpoint. And this is going to be get data. And we'll be able to pass in the URL as a string. And it's going to return an observable. And we'll get to what kind of observable. And what I want to do is the same exact thing here. Oh, I can't format code to save my life. But I have prettier turned on, so that helps.
Prettier, Ken.
Yes. Well, what type is it going to return? And I'm going to make this a generic. Don't need that. And this way, from anywhere within here, I could say, or from externally, I could say get data. And here I want to get a person. And then pass in the URL, which would be something like that. That I'm getting back, and make that call. And then I can get that observable back. And we could test that out too, because in here gives the ability to put that all here, except we don't need that leading information, and see if we need to unpack that. And there's no header objects. We don't have to worry about mapping a specific property. But hey, that that tells me is that Luke Skywalker was in A New Hope.
He was.
Yes. Just a little trivia knowledge there.
Little trivia.
In case anybody didn't know. Spoiler alert. Sorry.
So,
spoiler alert. I should have said that beforehand.
Yeah.
I've spoiled a movie from 40 years ago.
All right. So are we going to use this get data as the method that we're going to call to get from all these other ones?
Are you saying to use this method internally for these?
I'm asking if we should.
We could. You're talking about doing a refactor?
No, just now that you've added that with generic support, it looks like it could be a nice little wrapper method that handles the mapping of the results, right? They're all going to have results property.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one does not. This one
All right.
does not because it's an individual data point. Sorry.
Can't. Okay.
Good catch.
All right. Okay. So I'm stoked about what you have set up. It feels like there's just a little bit of stuff that you started off with here, right? But what's cool about this is like it's an awesome little setup that we have to do this RxJS Marble stuff, because I'm already thinking about all kinds of ways that we could benefit from this. We can write a little bit of code for this, and then we can write tests to do it. Or actually, we could write tests to say that this is the code that we want to have, and then we can write code to make that pass to do all kinds of fun things, I think, here that I'm seeing in my mind.
Very true. But Justin, you've kind of inspired me here, and I want to do this refactor. So I did it real quick.
I love being your inspiration. Whenever I can.
Get data set, and what we need is film.
Even if I inspire you to not do what I did, it's still inspiring you, right?
Yeah. And we'll return this instead. And we're at the same point without having to do all the additional mapping. So I created another one called get data set, which will handle the child results object.
Okay.
So in here, we can do this, except this is actually Starship. And I think it's copying that. So we can do planet.
And those are arrays, right?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't pay attention fully. So what this returns is if you pass in person, it's returning an observable of the array. So if you pass in that type, it's returning an observable of an array of
T. Catch that. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And that gets us back to where we were. Cool.
Okay. So now we got a nice little helper method in there.
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. So here's the things I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that we've got, let's see, we can start making like methods in here to map data down, right? Like and the people. What if we wanted to just get character names, right? So we don't want all the other people data.
Okay.
So we can make methods to do that, and then we can write tests that can simulate bringing that data back and can confirm that that's working and whatnot.
So you're talking about get people names, correct?
Right.
And that would be returning an observable.
But maybe we do some test-driven development for that, or behavior-driven development, and write the test first and then implement. Or
I like that. I'm just going to define the function though.
Okay.
And make sure that it builds. Is that cool?
Sure.
Okay. So to be clear, what we're going to be testing is get people names. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page. Cool. Would it be better to pass a selector function or create a specific function for each use case? Possibly. Selectors, I guess, doesn't necessarily apply to an NGRX store, although that's the most common use case of them in my mind. I think while that would be good from an API perspective, the idea of what we're trying to accomplish here isn't so much the idea of creating a solid API. It's more so testing an API that is observable based.
I do like where that thought's going, though. If I'm following that, it'd be thinking like we keep get people and allow it to receive a function that could be used in the map call off of it, right? That would then allow the caller to say, I want to take the person object and map it down to just this object footprint, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that, Nico, is that what you're referring to?
Maybe. Maybe.
Or like I say, hey, should we start with behavior-driven development or test-driven development, whatever you want to call it in the world that we're in here? Because then we can really start writing the code of how we're going to use it, how we're thinking about using it, right? And then we could really discover what that API of usage of it could look like. And then we could backfill making it work, right?
Yeah.
We're driving the use case of it and the thought process of how we use it, rather than hopping in the code and starting to just write code where we think the code looks like it should be right? And now we're letting the behavior of how we want to interact with it drive our decision-making of how we want to write that code.
I would agree with you. So we want to go in and start, now that we are at a building point, a point that builds.
Yeah. So let's start with writing some specs. And with that, we can mock out. We've already got a mock in here. So you're hopping over to the data service.
This is the service that is set up to exercise the data service that we were just looking at. Just for brevity, I'm going to get rid of the fact that the service is defined and the functions defined. We'll write some meaningful tests.
I agree.
And also, since we're using Jasmine, I'm going to use fdescribe so that we're only executing the test in this file.
Okay.
So I'm going to run that. I'm going to bring our code up here, clear that, and let that run through. So you shouldn't have any tests. Should say 0 are successful. Or it's going to say something like, hey, jackass, write some tests.
No tests found, 0 specs, execute 0.3. Okay, I really want to drive and write some code because I love doing test code.
Then I am going to come in here and I am going to follow you.
Okay, thank you. All right,
no problem. So
here's how I kind of approach things, right, with my testing. I really look at it, and I try and share this knowledge and teach this knowledge as well, too, that when I think of testing and writing a unit test for code, I want to really think about I got to separate my mind from engineering software and get it into testing code, because they're two different things. They're two different ways to approach things, right? When we engineer code, our minds go to how can we reuse code? How can we optimize the code that we're writing? How can we make it easier to consume these things on a repetitive basis, right? And make our lives better with that. And our dev experience is better. But when it comes to testing is really all about confirming the functionality of a specific run, right? And so my thought and my belief in how I follow and write my tests is really like each test should be able to stand on its own, because we need to curate those tests over time to ensure that they still work as we make changes to our code base, right? And when we start building testing around with an application mindset or with a software engineering mindset, then we start coupling our tests to requirements, and it's harder to maintain over time. And so I really look at it and go, each test should live on its own, should be totally independent from other tests. So that if that test has an issue, it breaks, it's on its own. It didn't break 3 or 4 other ones. And even though 3 or 4 other ones, the code might be fine for those, we have to fix some test architecture in order to make them all pass, right? So we don't want that. We want to always know for a fact, to a T, that at test 1 and 3 are failing and the other ones are passing, right?
So do you isolate also all of the setup data?
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm going here, right? So when I look at it, I go, okay, each test, if I'm going to test a data service, I'm going to instantiate a new data service for each of my tests, right? And then I start thinking, like, what is it that I could truly elevate to more of a shared setup thing? And as long as if I can get there and feel fine, then I'll be okay. Otherwise, I really focus on saying each test, as much as I can, have it isolated to its own experience, what data it needs and stuff like that. Because it happens all the time. I've seen it a ton where you have 4 test cases in a spec, and people come and they start thinking, well, I'll share something, I'll configure it up here, and all 4 of them will use. And then somebody else will come in some code and change just one of the tests to get their code working, right? And then it'll affect the other tests. And it shouldn't. It should just affect the one test that they're doing, right? Unless that code that they're testing is tested in other tests, then you want it to touch everything. So, So I try and go and I would go like this. So this is where I'd go. I'd go in this scenario and I would kind of ditch this before each, and I would just start with my test, right? My first test. I'm going to say what do we want to do? We want to should get people. Say like that, right? Okay, so I'm going to write my first test. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to cut this out of here, bring this up here. I'm going to ditch this before each. And I'm going to say here, I'm going to go, okay, so should get people. So the first thing I need to mock the HTTP service, right? So I can deal with that. So we've got this up here in this describe so that it's going to be used for all of these its. And maybe that's okay because we want to create a spy object for the HTTP service for the get method. We're going to also want to mock out what that returns for each individual test run, right? So we may be able to do that here, but there's some things we might want to consider. So let me just start with bringing this down here. Right?
Yep.
And then I'd probably even argue that I'd go down here and I'd go const like that. And so I'd really just go, look, I'm writing a test. I'm going to have everything I need in it here, right? So I can, when I go to elevate, I really want to make a strong conscious decision that I'm okay elevating it. Now, maybe it's for a set. Maybe I have 4 tests to run over some methods that I say, hey, the grouping of those together makes sense to elevate some of the setup logic. I'll look at it then. But I really always start here and then I elevate as needed so that I'm trying to start always isolated.
And that brings up an interesting point because making this generic, I'll get to the point because I'm assuming you're going to get to the point where we are elevating this and I'll talk about it then. Never mind.
Okay. So then what I want to do, what's my shortcut here? I'm living in WebStorm right now. My shortcuts, I got it back to VS Code mode in my mind. All right.
I'm going to just make this full screen real quick because everybody can see because we're not running the test at this point.
All right. So we've got our mock HTTP. Now, one of the cool things with Jasmine's create spy object is that it is creating this mock object of the HTTP service, right? Yeah. Wait, what's going on here?
That's exactly what it's doing. So the data service, if I navigate back over real quick, is set up to take in the HTTP client as through dependency injection. When it gets instantiated, when we create that up, we need to pass in the HTTP client service. And we just set up a mock to say that's what it is.
Okay, so the create spy object is going to allow us to get around anything like TypeScript. Like TypeScript is expecting a type here, right? For this HTTP client, right? But with create spy object, we're able to mock it and it allows us to send that in and get around any TypeScript errors, right? Even though like we're not actually mocking the full HTTP service, client service, right? With all its methods. So typically I would probably call this, right, HTTP service. What is there a reason why you do HTTP there, or in terms of that string name, or?
No.
Okay.
It was arbitrary.
Okay.
Only because there are no types associated with this at all. So at this point, so.
HTTP client is what I call it, to kind of indicate that like that's the class that I'm intending to mock for my particular data service, right? That's expecting an HTTP client. So I would name it that. And we know it's going to use the get method internally. So we're creating a spy, we're creating essentially a mock for that. And then I'd want to say, okay, for this particular thing, I want to say should get people. I don't want to call the actual HTTP service. We're not, because we're sending in a spy object from Jasmine. But I do want to test that the data flows through, because we want to see that our map of that results is working correctly, right?
Correct.
So I would say mock HTTP dot, trying to remember the syntax here. I think I create the name, right? Get, yeah. And then I do, what is the return?
I think it's, hold And call through, right?
But I want to have it return a value. So I want to do and dot return. Is it return value? Maybe it's just and. Are you? I'll do it and dot. Does that look right? Can't remember.
Let's get rid of this. There we go.
Okay.
And thinks this is any.
Okay, so the get method is going to return an observable, right? What did we say? What are we looking at for the? I'm going to jump over here. Data service. Get people is going to return.
Wait me a second. All right. Okay.
Okay, it's going to return an observable of an array of persons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I go back here, I could do of, and that's our. What's the shortcut in VS Code? Is it control period?
Command I. I can import it for you.
There we go. I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Okay. So we're going to import the of from RxJs, the function. That's going to allow us to call that, tell it what data we want, and it'll return an observable of that data, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is going to be an array, right? So maybe I'll go up here and I'll set up some sample data. So I'll go const people, maybe mock people equals, and this is going to be array, right, of people objects.
Yeah.
I'll go as like that. Got to bring this in, right?
Correct. And as you do that, go ahead. What the HTTP call is returning is not necessarily a person array. What it is actually returning, and I'll just go up to a new line here, is an object that has a few different properties, including a results, where results would be the person array.
Right.
So that's what the signature of what's returned from the HTTP API is returning.
Okay. So I'm going to finish writing this, and I'm going to expect it to fail, and then we'll fix it with the code that you just wrote, right?
That's fine.
Because it's a good example. I think it's a great example. So I'm sitting here going, okay, well, I'm thinking that I'm going to get back this array of people, right? So I'm mocking this out. So mock people, I don't know what the, how about name? Is there a name?
When I define the type for that, I made everything optional.
Okay. Okay. How about that? Couple people?
Yeah.
Okay.
I may mock you for your knowledge of Star Wars, but okay, we're good.
Why is that?
I don't recognize those characters.
You don't know Juke Skywalker?
I'm not familiar.
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Oh, him. Okay, yeah.
All right.
No.
Okay. All right. So let's say I'm going to go in here and I'm say, oh, well, this get method from mock HTTP, I'm going to mock it and I'm going to say it's going to return an observable, which is an array of, or it's going to return the mock people.
Yes.
Right. Whoops. Okay. And so that's going to be our array of people, array of persons, right? Mm-hmm. And then our data service, we set it up, we set up the data service, and then we're going to call expect data service dot get people, right?
Yep.
To be
what was it? Equal, either one.
To be we're going to be two. So what are we going to check? It's not going to be
that's an interesting question, because remember, get people is returning an observable.
Right.
So I don't think necessarily you want to write an expect statement quite yet.
Okay, so do we want to?
I think we need to get the values out of the observable first.
All right, so we're going to go. Let's just do let results. How about we just do that to start with, and we'll just do this dot pipe No, we can just do subscribe because the HTTP client completes when it calls, plus our mock of is going to complete when it calls. So we're going to do subscribe. Right. And then we're going to do people. And here we'll set what results. Or we could do the expect right in here, right?
Yeah, that would work fine too.
People. And then we just need to decide what we want to check, right?
I'm assuming we're expecting that to equal mock people, right?
Well, it's not going to be the same reference to the reference to the array, right? So we couldn't do like 2 equal. Is it 2 equal or 2b? People. I mean, I guess technically
2b does a pointer check to make sure it's the same instance of an object, where to equal does an equality check.
So you think 2 equal will traverse the array and check all the values?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll try that out. Yeah?
Yep.
All right, so we're mocking the HTTP client, the get method. We're saying that when the get is called, every time it's called, in this case, we know that our get people is going to call it once, right? Mm-hmm. And we're going to say when it's called, return the value, which is going to be an observable using the of helper function. And it's going to return mock people as the data through that stream, right? Which is an array of persons. And then we're going to call the service, call get people, subscribe to it like we would, from somewhere else in their Angular app. And then we're going to check that people and see if it equals our mock people. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Any thoughts on what'll happen?
I'm assuming, knowing what I know about the API, that something's going to fail within here.
I agree.
I think our tests are going to fail.
All right, I'm going to save it.
We got lots of error messages. Expected undefined to equal stuff. So it says to me that we are getting back a result of undefined.
Undefined. Okay. So when we called get people and we subscribe to it, let's go over there and look at that. This returns this data set, get data set.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I'm going to scroll for you to the bottom here. Are you going through that, or do you want me to walk through that?
Yeah, go ahead and walk through it.
Okay. So that get people is called get data set. It's an internal method inside the service. And that is where it's actually called the HTTP dependency, the mock that we have there. And it's calling get on that based off of a parameter. And then it's piping it, but then it's doing a map. And what it's looking for inside of the result that's coming back from the HTTP call is an object with a property called results on it.
And so when we mocked the get call, we had our mock returning an array of people.
Yes, this value for result, or these two values, the parameter and the usage of it, is an array.
Right.
So when it tries to find the results property on an array, it is saying it's undefined. And that's what we're seeing returned.
So our error message in our unit test runners, not very helpful for telling us that. But I mean, we breakpoint in the run of the unit test, we could trace that through and see, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if we go back to the spec, and this is what the comment that you were adding to make is that the HTTP call, the get call, is actually needs to return an object that has a results property on it that has the data on it, right? So what we really want to do is we want to have this of return back that object with the mock people on it, right?
Yes.
So we could come in here. We could just do, oops, I'm going to do this that I learned from you, right? And we're going to say this. And we're going to say results, right? Actually, I could just do this all in one line. Okay.
Yep. And I'm going to remove that sample code.
Okay. All right. We'll get rid of the section line. Okay. So now we've got our HTTP call mocked out to return the payload that the observable is going to return is an object with a property called results that's going to house that array of people, persons.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm expecting this then would match to what we're expecting that the code to use. And now we should not have undefined, but let's see if our test passed. Yeah.
That works for me.
I'm saving it. Run, little test runner, run. Does anybody ever encourage their test runner when it runs? Just me? You can do it, little guy.
It made it for you. That's great. We are seeing green text success.
Okay. So we've got success, right?
Do we need anything else?
Are we done? We didn't even marble anything. I don't think we're not even close to done. We're started, though.
I like it.
So we've got, Nico's like, GG, good night, folks. Yeah, we're out. That's it. End the stream. Where's the end broadcast? We're done. And we just pull out our bag of marbles and be like, there's the marble part. All right, so we've got some tests. We're making use of RxJs in our mocks to mock that data, so we're not actually using the HTTP service, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so we got kind of like a baseline going here for that, so that's pretty cool. But what do we know about experience when working with HTTP calls? What are some of the things that we know? Want to go over some of those? What can happen? Is it always going to return that every time?
Probably not. It may fail.
May fail.
Issues.
Right.
Backends change.
The structure of the data and the payload may change. Environment, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's environment. So endpoint destination may change.
This is true.
It could take longer than expected. Right?
Yeah, a timeout. It could have a slow connection.
It could be temporarily down in that call, and we may want to try it again. Right?
Yeah, quite a few things. HTTP is finicky.
We may want in our service to do some service level caching where we don't have it call the HTTP call all the time, right? And store the results for a certain period of time.
I think we could do that. So that would be worthwhile.
All kinds of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's cool is that I find cool, I'm guessing that you find cool too, is that all those things that we mentioned, the majority of those things that we mentioned, we can use RxJS to handle those scenarios, right?
That is a very, very good point.
And because we can use RxJS to handle it, we can write some RxJS code to handle that. And then we can get to the magic of tonight's stream, which is utilizing marble testing to simulate those scenarios. So we can confirm that the RxJS code that we wrote to handle those scenarios works.
I agree. And I think that one of the things that I'd like to see is that as we get through here, we have get people here, right? I think one of the things that would be nice to expect, if you're okay with me adding an expect statement here, is that since we have a spy on the mock HTTP get, .get, and then I think we can expect to have been called times, and we can expect that to only have been called once.
Okay.
And I think that would be helpful. We could also test that it's called with the correct URL with, and I don't know the URL off my top of my head, so I'm going to go over here and grab that. And that is this. /people. And since we had a few expects in there, I'm just going to save that. And I think that it's important to have those because you're not just testing that you're getting back the right thing, but that it's using the dependencies in the right way.
Okay, let me talk on that a minute, if I may.
You may.
So here's where my testing mind goes on that.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately start thinking like, okay, one of the things we talked about is the retry, right? And the thought process of, hey, what if we want to add some code to retry that, right? Okay, so we're probably going to write another it to test that the retry functionality works, right? Well, now this line 17 in this test here would fail as soon as we add that. If we potentially fail or be coupled to that, because this is also testing that it's called so many times, right?
I disagree. Because we are in the scope of this it block are completely driving how that dependency works. And it's just saying, hey, whenever get is called, just return this and basically say, hey, you were successful.
So do we really, in this test that we're saying it should get people, care that it's been called one time? Or are we really just caring that we get the people back and map back?
I think so, because then we're ensuring that we are not overcalling and making too many HTTP calls.
So that's where I would say I would write another test to confirm that. Okay. Because it's a separate scenario to confirm. Again, because I think for me, the experience that I've seen is that adding these multiple things in there, the more logic in there, leads to harder things to manage over time, which ends up leading to frustration, and which ends up leading to abandonment and potential it's hard to work these tests over time because there's so many things involved in it. So I think for success, in what I've seen for success in tests that live on is as much as you can simplify what and clear cut of what they test and isolate what they test. I feel like the life of them and the level of frustration for working with them goes down. Life goes up, that goes down. Yeah, but that's my personal experience and kind of approach. I don't think that that's the only way you have to do it, but that's kind of just sharing my experience of what I've run into doing testing from back PHP, C#, all the way up through Angular and JavaScript and all that stuff. Living in the testing world, like those are the things that I've seen that's challenging over time and trying to solve, like how do you curate tests over time?
I agree with that point. But in terms of people abandoning because you have multiple expectations inside of a test, I think abandonment could also happen by having to have this much, I don't want to say boilerplate, but that much structure around setting up the environment for the test, repeated on every test, without refactoring that type of setup logic out in some degree. Because I will say that one of the things that I like to do, and how I originally set this up with a for each, is by extracting out the idea of the data service construction, as well as setting up the SPY externally to happen beforehand, is the same thing that's going to be in every single test. But what makes that possible is that nothing happens inside the constructor, because this will change as you set up different tests. And you can add things in there later on, but the injection of getting it into the class via the constructor allows you to change that later on before calling any child methods.
Right. But if data service took the HTTP and set up something, then you would be in a bind there. You'd be in a scenario where you couldn't, right?
That is true. What I've done to get around that is I've done something like function create instance which would essentially mimic the constructor. But if I've defined all of the dependencies here, let dependency 1, let dependency 2, and then each class can fire those up, create an instance, would you return a new data service, passing in dependency 1 and dependency 2. And this way, if your dependency injection changes and you have multiple, so if we were to have a third, the signature for all of your other child tests doesn't change. You can just still call create instance to basically say, all right, I'm ready for my class. I've done all my mocking and my setups. Now I'm ready to create an instance of it.
But see, that's your application developer mind going, how am I going to solve this? And you're essentially building another application right here to do testing, right? And you are now coupling all of your tests with the requirement that create instance has to work, right? And all of them have to get updated in order to deal with that, right?
They don't all have to get updated. I mean, this logic, so if I come in here and we say, all right, this is the first dependency, right? I've added nothing specific other than the fact that this is a testing construct that allows me to do stuff. Let's get rid of these because they're not important within here, right? But say we go ahead and we need to inject something else into the service. Through your approach, I need to go and touch every single test. Correct?
Correct.
If I have this, and you called it an application, and I have a little bit of a grievance with calling that an application, because I've added a helper function, not an application, where all I have to do is create another dependency. And this could be a spy as well, whatever it ends up being. And then I do this here. Your test, oops, sorry, I moved things around. Your test still works as is, no qualms, no differences about it whatsoever.
Okay, so here you go. I got one for you. What if we start testing a method that calls the post method?
Then in here, if we are then doing that, say this test had that, then all you have to do is mock that in here as part of this here, because I think you can still add additional properties onto a spy object after it's already been defined up here.
But then I don't need that get up there on well, whatever line, the very top line, because there's no lines, right? Like that creates spy object with the get method. That's not needed because I'm not testing the get method. I'm testing the post. I'm mocking the post.
Correct. I mean, these could easily just be gets, or excuse me, lets, right? I just have a dependency here.
That I'm feeling a little better about. A little better.
Yeah.
I still don't like. I'm still hesitant about the fact that let is a.
But with this here, I could easily say that dependency 1 is equal to something completely different.
Right.
And
but
then
if you don't, that variable is going to carry over to the next test. That let dep1 is going to carry over to the next test. So now you got creep and scope creep beyond your test, because the first test in the run will set dep1. The second test won't, and it'll use the dep1 from the first test. And now you polluted your second test with it, right?
Yeah, I would probably do an initialization with a before each to handle that as well.
Yeah. So these are all these things that I see that are hidden challenges that may not come up right away, that feel really good and feel like it fits and it helps us do testing. And then down the road at some point, something gets like that let concept where somebody doesn't reinitialize it each it. And all of a sudden it's using the wrong thing, and you spend cycles and time trying to figure out why is this failing? And it's a false failure because the test is not a pure test testing that run. It's utilizing leftovers from another test, right? And so that's where I try and look at it and go, I really want to get in this testing mindset where it's isolated rather than a solve by engineering mindset that my mind always wants to go to. And my mind always wants to say, how do I make this simpler, right? But I gotta say, test. I want to exactly test this specific set. I want no impurities. I want it to be pure. I don't want any other factors to accidentally come into play. So, and it's challenge. I think it's challenging, right? And it's.
I will say that in the chat, Nico's got my back.
There you go. There you
go. But yeah, I mean, it does challenge the thought that while I don't think you necessarily need to follow doing everything only within an if block, or I mean it block, not it, if it block, that at least you should be aware of what you're doing as you pull things out to a before each, before all, or anything like that, because then you need to be cognizant that anything you're creating for your specific test is not going to affect it. And I get exactly what you're saying, Justin, that Shorty, we're NGBS, not Justin doesn't follow
NGBJ. MJ, it'd be MJ.
Yeah.
That'd be cool too.
You're basically saying instead of having to think about that and making sure that you're writing your tests in a way that they're not affecting it, is I don't want to think about it at all. It's all just going to be inside the it block.
I fully agree. I think that, and when I talk about testing and I teach testing, I say that like doing unit testing, I really feel that like doing unit testing and doing like test-driven development or behavior-driven development is about getting your mind thinking in that manner when you write code, inversion control, all these dependencies, everything. When you get your mind, when you do that, it helps train your mind to get into that thought. So then when you go to write software going forward, you're thinking about these things. And I think it helps to allow you to help architect and engineer more ideal software as a result of having that in your mind and thinking about it. So it's not so much about learning how to write tests or doing test-driven development so you can do it 24/7 all the time. It's about learning the things that you discover when you do that and adding them to your mind so that you can bring that into play when you architect code going forward. And I think that it helps architect cleaner, better code going forward when having that knowledge in your head and equipped with that, right?
Yeah. And while I agree with some of the points you've made about setting up the test constructs, I think there's some things that are really, really important to set up externally in a very safe manner. So for the idea of saying, mock, I'm just going to use persons. I know it's not proper English to do this here, but to do a before each to define the idea of mock persons is equal to this. And this way you have the idea of, because some data that you have out there, let's go to the models that we have of what a person actually is. I think that was the first one that I have. That for each person, I'm just going to add this in as an object here, is that blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's a lot to type over and over. And say you have 5 users within there, or 5 people within there. That's a lot of data to retype in each test. However, with the idea of creating some sort of sample data at the parent level, that you can reuse that object over and over again by doing it in a safe manner, that for each test, you're going to get a fresh copy. I'm looking at you and you're disagreeing with me, man.
Hey, well, I'm just going to share experiences with you, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I see. I've seen the same. I've been in the same boat, same scenario. And what happens is that somebody comes in and says, I need more than the name property on that sample data. I'll add it here. And now every test gets that same sample data set, right? And it's not ideal for the other tests. Some other tests might not need it. It might break other tests. And it didn't break the other tests are not truly failing tests. They fail because we architected our test setup in a way that made it fail. So now you spend cycles and time development trying to solve why that test is failing when it's truly not code that broke it. it's our architecture of our test running that broke it, right? And so again, I think it's okay. Maybe if you have some helper that says generate the starting data and then copy it, truly like a new instance of it, like we think about when mutating data or not mutating data, to get it, maybe those sort of scenarios where we have a helper function that say, give me some starting data and then I'll go from there, rather than saying, here's one variable that has a starting data that is the same pointer to the same set of data for multiple tests. See what I'm saying? Now you can solve that you can keep the mock persons in there and just, do the spread operator in each of your tests to make your new mock persons for each test, right?
Yeah, but by the fact that this is in a before each, this gets reassigned for each test. But you're arguing if somebody were to come in here and change this root data, then your generate function is still the same thing. The before each is functioning as that generate function.
That's a good point. So it's really the first part that I talked about in terms of, if you add another property, right, that causes somebody else's test to fail because you need the object to have that property, yes. But in terms of the second point, yes, it's a great point. The before each is going to reset it, right, for each inside of there?
Yes, that was the whole point of doing it as a let. Because to put this outside of the scope of a before each, then if somebody mutates the data, then you're host, right? The other tester host. But if somebody comes in here and monkeys with the data, and this is whatever Jedi name, then that's going to break other tests.
Right.
But you have your appropriate review processes through the idea of running your unit tests as part of a CI process, a code review process. Hey, it looks like you changed the mock data for this test or this test suite. Why did you do that? Then I think that needs to be factored in as well.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Let's come together on some of this stuff here for this particular run.
So let me back this back out because I don't want that whole class there. I think we're sufficient with the two that we have. One of the things that I've done to be more successful with this is to use better names. Mock persons sucks.
Ouch.
Well, I think I did persons, so that's me. But to say that this would be a mock person's success response is a much better name.
But is it really? All it is the set of data. It's not the response.
True, but it allows you to potentially have like a fail-in response and have other different mock data set up at the parent level.
But remember, we're adding that to that object literal on for of. So it's not really the response. It's just a set of data. It's just a set of data, pit persons, sample persons, whatever, right?
Yeah, but I think that
if we take that of and take that object literal out of there and set that to a variable, then I think that's where we would call it success results, right?
Here?
The whole entire object literal that's handed to the of method. That object is
I see what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would argue with that or agree with that. So do you think this makes sense, this abstraction here, where this would then become mock persons? And then we can remove this code here on these unknown line numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, delete that.
Okay.
Yep.
And just for proper English sake, we will make this mock people.
That brings up a good point, a good talking point.
What's that?
It's a person object. Do you keep the name and pluralize that it's actually those, or do you like go English on it, right? And say, well, what would be the correct English, right? Like you just did there.
Being that the variable is an array, I tend to go with people. I don't tend to use persons. although there are people who use persons as the plural of person. Because, I mean, if we look at the other data set in here that get people's names, planets, they're all plurals.
It's interesting. Some words, right, have that scenario, right? Planets doesn't, stars doesn't, but people and person does.
It's really a person. .NET developer.
What?
I think Nico may have some .NET in his past. He's suggesting using the collection suffix.
The collection, yeah.
I got a yes. That's funny.
It's very cool.
I need my angulars are empty.
Okay, so wow, we've talked a lot about testing and different theories and stuff like that. We got our test in here, so let's just get right to the marbles. Yeah.
Yeah, we can get them some marbles.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go back full screen with the editor, and I'm not following you anymore. I'm gonna follow you.
Okay. So we need to add this RxJs marbles library, right? I'm assuming. What do we got?
I told you at the get-go, I've not done marble testing.
Oh, Nico says, didn't hear my opinion on the variable names. Which variable names? The people person thing or the?
I think that's what he's asking about. He or she, I don't want to discriminate. I think that's what they are asking about.
Yes, the people person thing. Okay. I mean, again, I think that the people is a different scenario. It's like one of the unique scenarios where plural of person is people, right? And so, or we lean towards that as being the plural. I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know. I mean, I typed it mock persons, right? I think I did, right? So I guess that would be where I'd initially go towards, because then the name kind of helps with what they are. But then at the same time, I don't want to get caught into like, well, I don't know.
If you rewind the stream,
I'm waffling.
We will find that you had mock people, and I put in mock persons to not overwrite your name.
Okay, so I had mock people to begin with?
You did.
So why did you change it back to mock people? Did you want mock persons?
No, I use mock persons to not step on your name.
And then, different. I gotcha.
Yes, and then after we decided to use the one in the before each, I renamed everything back to mock people.
Mock people. So that's what I had.
Yes. Why can't everything be moose? Because the plural of moose is moose.
Moose. It's not moosin?
No. It's not mooses either, or meese. It's just
moosin. Like boxing. No.
One moose, two moose, three moose, four moose.
Moose goose and juice goose. It's not good when mooses get a sip of the other juice's goose. I don't even remember the story. One of my favorite ones, though. I should remember it. I've read it like a gazillion times to my daughter.
Dr. Seuss?
The sleep book, Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I have it on my shelf? No, I don't. Darn it. Would have pulled it out. Okay.
All right. Other observables. We should do more with our observable. Well, do we want to marble test it? Oh, wait. The other thing we didn't go back. I will concede that having multiple expects in a test doesn't make sense. The only thing I would say that would make sense would be if we were to do something more granular, that people sub 0 dot name is whatever, juke, and then the second one, if we wanted to test those separately, right?
Right.
That would, but then you're just essentially testing different parts of the same data.
Right. And really, at that point in this scenario, we would just be testing that HTTP GET worked, right? Which we know that works. We really are saying, like, what are we on testing that GET people? Well, what's the logic in there? The only logic in there is mapping the JSON payload and extracting out the results, right? So that's what we want to test in that scenario.
Agreed.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Cool. Okay. All
right. I'm going to help you out, Justin, real quick. I'm going to turn line numbers back on, but I'll fold in.
Okay. That's fine.
Because then we move through for tests, I can get this stuff out of the way.
Yeah, I was going to say the folding we probably need because, we can shrink it up, right?
Yep.
All right. Mm-hmm. I am doing some investigation on the interwebs to find what this library is that we need to install.
I believe, let me check here. Import all the things from RxJs / testing.
So it's in the RxJs lib?
I believe so.
I like that.
There's definitely stuff within here. Test scheduler?
Yeah.
Let's find out what's going on here.
The new test scheduler.
This is a class, right? Yep. So let's create one of those. Should be able to figure out marble testing, right? Const scheduler is equal to a new one. We're not good. We need to pass in stuff.
It takes in a function.
Oh, I'm going to go to the definition of it, and we'll see. It takes in an assert deep equal, which is an actual and expected, which will return a Boolean or a void. All right, let's do some setup here. Actual, right? Const expected. And it takes in a function with an actual and an expected that is going to return something. We're done.
Can I write a little code while you're writing a little code and it still be fine? I'm probably going to bump your code down, so I can't do that. I probably shouldn't do that.
You can go ahead. Do we want to do some Googlings on here? Let's do some Googlings.
I'm going to try. I'm going to write some code in the same spec file and get something ready here.
All right, I will move my stuff out of the way. This is the Justin show. And let me follow you.
Oh, so you're going to watch? Okay. So I'm going to start even kind of more baseline on what I remember about RxJS marble testing and see if I can kind of recall some stuff and start somewhere.
Rock and roll.
So I am going to make what I want to do is I want to simulate an observable happening over time with some stuff happening in it, right? So we have this call on line 19 to use the of helper method that will return an observable and complete, passing that data, right? But there's no concept of time in that. It just happens right away, as far as I know, right? So maybe we want to control time on that. Maybe we want to support doing whether it fails or not. Maybe we want to send a couple pieces of data back on it or not. In our scenario with our HTTP, we expect it to call and get one payload back and be done, right? Completed.
Yes.
But so let's start with just that and just say, how could we, instead of using the of, how can we make use of RxJS marbles in testing to kind of describe that stream in this DSL or domain specific language for marbles and the concept of marbles. And we should probably talk about that at some point, but we will in a second. Yeah. The representation of that stream over time, and then use that. So I'm going to say this is going to be the, I'll just call it HTTP call for now. I'm going to come up with a better name. And I believe that, let's see if this is here. I am.
What you're talking about? Let's see if I think that's here, right?
It is. Look, it is. Is it? Yeah. Can we?
No, because it's not defined here.
No.
Is it from? Whoa.
Oh, am I scrolling? Are you scrolling? What's happening?
Yeah, because I was in here. Is it just an RxJs? No. I have.
Jest. Okay. Nico says it maybe from Jest Marbles. Yeah, that's a good call. So we might still need a library for this. Let's take a look. Here, I'll write out in here in the code of what I'm thinking, and then we'll find out where to get this code, the cold and what that means, right?
No problem. Yeah.
So we're like dash, and I'm going to say A, and then let's say this or something like that, right? And then I think like the second argument is, I can't remember if it's an array or not, but maybe it's that, and it's like this. The idea being that I can describe this stream over time as a string that represents different characters or things that represent the experience of the stream over time as like as marbles. And those are marbles. Like if you see a marble diagram for RxJS, we see these plots of points over time in the linear run of our stream. And then there's certain things that come in at those given points. Maybe it's just a second, and then all of a sudden data comes in, second, data comes in, or maybe the thing completes, or maybe it fails, right?
Yeah.
Are you installing Jasmine Marbles?
Yep.
Cool. Is that where it comes from?
Based off of what I just found, yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Nico, for the suggestion. Call on that. It looks like that's probably where it's at. So it's this helper function that allows us to set up cold or hot observable streams. So the cold concept is the fact that it completes, right?
Yep.
The hot meaning that it's active unless it sends a complete, right? So probably they might not need this. Well, what's in there? Oh, you're adding stuff.
All right. Yeah. Good.
All right. Values any.
Yeah, so you can put substitutions in there. In that argument.
So I'm thinking that this is probably like this, and then I don't know what the values are. Yeah, is it like let's see. Do you have let's see, Jasmine Marbles, let's think of it. Or if you're looking at it.
Where are you? I'm not seeing you.
I'm here.
Okay. Are you looking at the syntax to replace the variable A?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you know it and we type it in here, if you see it or something.
Yeah. So at the end here, this isn't an array. This is a map.
Okay.
And then what we want to say is that A is actually, well, this is an object where A is equal to this here.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense? So what it's saying is that this observable is just going to emit A, and the value of A is this object here.
Right. So then I could come in here and replace R of with that.
Yes. What just happened?
It auto formatted.
Interesting.
Do I have pretty or do I have something auto formatting? Maybe I have something that's auto formatting mine. I don't know.
Comment this out because that test isn't going to run.
I'm going to save this. Do you want to bring the test runner back, the terminal back into play here?
No, I really don't.
You don't?
Yeah. That's not our test runner. Our test runner is here. So that still ran successfully.
So that just passed?
Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear, let's make it should fail if we're returning something that doesn't map correctly.
Okay.
All right, that's good. And then this will fix that.
Did that fail?
It did fail, and now it should be passing again.
Okay. Cool.
I didn't realize you had left.
I did leave. Just for a second. Okay, so we're making use of this Jasmine Marble helper that is allowing us to use this marble syntax in the form of the string in this cold method helper to simulate RxJS stream, right?
Yes.
And right now we're just saying, hey, that stream returns a value right away. And because it's cold, I think it completes automatically because we're using the cold one, right?
I'm not positive if that would automatically complete or not.
Yeah.
Or if we
just some
then
okay. But I mean, our test is passing, but we don't know if the subscription on line 21 is done, right?
Yes.
So we could check that. We could have subscribe taken an object, right, that has these methods on it, the next and done.
Yeah, this is error. Yeah, this would be, hold on, not there. Let's do this way. So this is the do this here, and then next is actually people. And this is our next function. And complete.
Complete. And we can expect it, right? To expect something to confirm in our test, unit test.
Yes. Did I come here? I did. To complete, we can expect something, right?
What do we just say? What do we do to expect that this line hit, right? There's got to be a method to expect here.
Yeah, hold on. What am I doing wrong here?
Yeah, Nico, I think Nico's right in the chat. He says that because we're passing an object in here, the subscribe method is expecting all three properties to be on that object. Next, complete an error. Was that what it was complaining about?
I don't know. Create an expectation for a what? People is a function. Oh, it's deprecated. No, I don't know what's going on.
Get an observer instead.
I'm not sure. I'm going to just put it back to where it was real quick because I need to step away for a quick second.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'll jump in and I'll do it here. Okay. So what if we just did, this was our next, right? And then we're like, oops. Like that. So what are we complaining about? Let's see. Overload, expect, actual. Like that and like that. Okay, so we've got our next function, our next callback. We've got our error and we've got our complete, just to see if this works. And so now what we're expecting is to see if this cold helper function is actually completing the observable that it's mocking out, or if we're going to need to tell it with a marble string that it should complete. So this should, on the subscription, it should get our people like we had it doing, and then we are expecting this also, this other line to run as well. So if I save that, it looks like it's running in the terminal in success on Mike's terminal. So that looks good. Let me break it real quick. Expect false. And I'm expecting the error to come back in the terminal. It may not be called. It may not. That's okay. I guess that's not really a good test, because if the complete is not called, that expect is not going to be called. So really what I need to do is I need to, right? So we need to go like const complete equals Jasmine dot create spy. Is that going to allow us to do the method, right? Can't remember. Let me call complete.
Hey, Justin.
Yes?
I thought about something from what I saw when I was doing my interneting.
Yeah?
Is that I believe we don't even need to subscribe within here.
Something like that.
I missed it.
Not save? Oh, are you editing a file?
Nope.
All right. I'm saving it. I'm trying to save it. Okay. So now we got the failure. So expected spy complete to have been called. It wasn't called. So I'm going to go into this cold, and in the marble diagram here on line 18, I'm going to use the syntax, the DSL syntax for the marble string, which is the pipe character. And the pipe character is going to tell it to complete. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
My memory serves me right. So it's whatever value and then complete for that stream. So I'm going to save this, and now I'm hoping that our test will pass. Did it not?
It did not.
Did I set up the create spy correctly?
I believe so. That's the name of the stream. Yeah.
Did I set up our subscribe? Did I put complete in the wrong spot?
No, I think we're good. I'm wondering. I don't like this code, but bear with me. This observable that we're returning may be running asynchronously, and therefore it's getting to this point before complete.
You're right. You're right. Because the test, and Nico's calling it out too. Yep. Both of you, I believe, are correct, because I put that expect right after the call to subscribe, which is going to instantly run, and it's going to fail because it didn't get finished running the HTTP call, the observable call, right, which is async.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So now we got success because you set that timeout just to simulate that, right?
So this is what we're passing in, and this is our setup. So why don't we try? I'm going to try with something else. I'm going to get rid of what you've done here. Not that I don't like it, but I think we might be able to do a little bit better. So what this actually is doing, whenever we call this, right, we're getting back something that I would call result, right?
It's an
actual result. And I would say what we're expecting to get back, what we expect to get back is a cold observable that has an A and completes, where A is our mock people. You buy that? Yes?
Maybe.
So what if we were to expect the actual to equal? Maybe to equal the expected? Give me a quick second. Let me check what I was looking at here. No, not that. To be observable, expected. What do you think about that? So this is the observable that we're getting back from making our call. So this is the actual response. But what we expect it to be is an observable of a value and then completion, where the value that we're getting back is just the people. Right?
But you're not subscribing to it.
I am not.
You're not kicking it off.
Well, let's see.
Right?
I think that's what to be observable does that for us.
It does the subscription?
I believe so.
Interesting.
I think it succeeded. Because if we were to do this, I believe that'll fail.
Did that succeed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Went to 2, but got 3. That's pretty slick.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you don't have to worry about subscribing asynchronous, non-asynchronous. Who really cares how long that takes? Or that, right? I guess we would want it to complete still right after.
Doesn't it need to match that string in the expected?
I don't believe so.
Did it fail? Because they're not going to be the same, right?
Yeah. You're right. It does.
40 equal to 10. Nico's like, didn't you say you've never done this before, Rocky?
Hey, I have a quick reader.
Like done something before here.
I've looked at marble diagrams. I've looked at marble testing before. I just hadn't done it myself.
All right. So the dashes.
And hold on. If Nico's called me out for not doing this before, didn't you say you were taking off and leaving? We'll let it go. Maybe I'm fine. You're here. I like you're here. You're helping and contributing, and I greatly appreciate that.
Brandon's in the house. Brandon, Jasmine marbles for the win. I like it. So let's talk about that. Those dashes, right? Those dashes represent time.
Yes.
In our marble scenario, right? Our marble DSL, our string that we're saying. So by putting in 3 dashes, what is the time by default? I forget what it is. Is it like
it's 10
milliseconds?
10 ticks?
10 ticks?
Nope,
10
milliseconds. Thank you, Brandon.
10 milliseconds. Okay. So by putting in 3, you're saying, look, after 30 milliseconds, return a value, and then immediately return complete.
But not return complete, but complete the observable. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And so we could, we can do all kinds of stuff with this, right? We can say, look, we want to write code in our service that only waits for 100 milliseconds for a response. And if we don't get that, we want to cancel out and return something from our service. And so how would we even test that, right? Initially, we might think, well, can we set up a mock backend and then set a timeout on that backend code somewhere and throttle it to test that? Well, with these marbles and in this scenario, we can mock out that time, right? Yeah. And then test that. So let's do that. Let's start with, say, we only want to wait so long so we can test the time. How about that?
Okay.
So that's
are you good with leaving this? Do you like this?
Yeah, I'm fine. Delete that other code. I mean, the other code also tested whether that thing completed. I guess, did we ever get our answer whether cold would actually complete? I think we did.
We did, because we just had to add the set timeout there.
So that's a little maybe confusing the way we think about, or where we might have heard the term cold and hot and cold observables and how people have described that, right? Like, I think when I think about it, what I've heard and what I've seen and hear people talking about stuff like that is that cold observable is this concept that it runs when you call it and it completes, or does it not? Is it just it runs when you call it?
So my understanding of the difference between cold and hot, and again, a caveat, my understanding, not necessarily the exact truth, is that a cold observable only emits after it's been subscribed to, whereas a hot observable is still emitting values even if there are no and where there's nothing subscribed to it.
So really, it's something that we need to kind of wrap our minds around. If we're going to use that terminology, we say like, oh, well, HTTP client is a cold observable, right? And then if our mind goes, oh, well, what I know about HTTP client is that it doesn't happen until I call it. So that fits what you just described. But the other thing I know about HTTP client is that it completes right away. So I think it's easy for people to then think that, oh, well, because we describe HTTP client as a cold observable, that it means that cold observable means that it also completes. But what we're seeing is that based on this and that description is that it doesn't necessarily relate to the complete part. It just relates to it doesn't send a value through until it's subscribed to.
Correct.
That sound like a good, maybe.
Yeah, that's my understanding of the differences between hot and cold.
Cool.
In regards to observables.
Observables, yeah. So then when we call this cold method, we're basically just saying that like, hey, it's not going to run until it's called. And then that's why in our marble, we also want to send the complete because we want to simulate the HTTP client call, which would be send one piece of data and then complete.
Exactly.
So I'm going to give you two options here. We can either go into the time with the dashes and write some code that would leverage that and we can test, or we can start with a failure, a return of an error. I'm kind of leaning maybe towards starting with the error because that is going to be a little bit simpler or more straightforward.
I'm okay with that.
RxJs code that we're going to write. I don't know. I think they're both can be pretty straightforward. So I don't know. Leave it up to you. What do you want to start with?
Let's go test that something should throw an error.
Okay. So why don't we just let's start with our test. Let's do the behavior-driven development approach. And I refer to it as behavior-driven development over test-driven development because what I've seen over time is like when we're using this before each and it syntax and describing it, like I relate that came from like behavior-driven development, right? Where you're describing it in behaviors versus maybe test-driven development and in unit testing where you're just doing like expectations, right? Whereas behavior is really like these sentences that we see in line 16 where we're using language to describe in some readable format what we're expecting to occur instead of say testing this method, right? Now we may name the it and say the method name that it's testing, but I think that's the difference between behavior and test-driven development is behavior is really saying like, I'm describing the behavior that's going to happen, right? Rather than just testing this class and this method where it just reports back whether the method and the class work, right?
Awesome. I have an alias to be able to create that.
Nice. Okay, so we're gonna
fail when what are we going to do to cause it to fail?
I think we want to say should get people should like let's say what do we say? What we say we wanted to return null if the endpoint failed or something from the people, like no people.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, so you say should return no people. I mean, at this point, I think I would group the get people together in a describe, right? Because we're really at this point testing the get people for the data service. Yeah, I like it. And then we'll drop our it's in there.
Get rid of that line. I'm going to collapse this test. Should return null.
Yeah.
When?
I mean, we could say when HTTP error. Brandon Roberts asking about why not test bed.
You didn't watch our episode of Angular Air with Lance Finion. Test bed sound can be a little bit slow when doing that. So we're okay with the idea of mocking HTTP ourselves versus going and injecting in the HTTP client test module.
That plus we don't need like any Angular type of runner logic in here because we're simply testing a class and the calls to the methods on that class. So we're trying to keep it as lean and thin as possible until we actually need to leverage, say, Angular and the test bed for something specific. And the kind of things that I start thinking about is like if we need to have Angular build up a component and work with the template and we want to test something in there at that point, right? That's when might start turning towards the test bed to leverage that to be able to simulate that, right? But at this point, we're simply doing isolated testing of methods off of this class. And so that's why we're avoiding that.
So hopefully that flies with you, Brandon.
And just kind of like everything, I mean, it's the approach that we're taking. It's the approach that we're following. But I mean, there's so many different ways to do all this different stuff, right? And it's really would be hard to sit here and say this is right and this is wrong or this is better than others. It's more, I feel like, here's the choices and here's why, and then you can take that data and determine if you want to do something similar or whatnot, right?
I agree. All right, so what you're arguing or saying is that get people should return null when what scenario happens?
When the HTTP call fails. How about that?
That works for me.
Okay.
So I'm going to come in here and basically get back to where we were.
Why don't you, if you want, while you're doing this, elevate some of that stuff so that you don't have to repeat it. We had a whole discussion on that. I think we covered everything. It's stuff that people didn't think about. I think that's good. So let's just kind of make this cleaner right now so that we can see what we're focusing on in the test.
We want to do that. We don't need that. We just need the mock HTTP spy.
Yeah, let's just pull that up.
I want to go, and I like to do this as a let. I have double equals.
And so I'll say you did that and you described that earlier because then that before each will reinitialize it each loop, right?
Correct.
And then you set it as a let up in the describe function block so that it's available to all the its underneath it, right? In the scoping.
Correct. Same thing here. This is going to be a let, and I can just give this a type of data service. And then that cleans that up a little bit. And now all we have to do is have our HTTP call, our actual and unexpected, and we're good. And I'm just going to steal that because I can. Right?
Okay, so now we're like,
and hey, we full screen real quick, and we can bring that back whenever we go to run.
Awesome. Okay, so we're saying should return null when the HTTP call fails. Yes. So let's just write that code here that we would see that, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to call this the HTTP call because it's not really that. It's actually the HTTP response. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's
because this observable represents the response.
Observable, right? The get observable.
Yeah.
It's the result of the HTTP get call. Yeah, which is observable. Yeah, I don't know. Because it's not necessarily the payload of like when I read response, I think of that's the payload coming back, right?
Yeah, it's the get result. It's the result from the call to HTTP get.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we say that's going. Oh wait. So what do we got here? Get. Do we even need that? We don't need that.
We don't. We do need the cold. We need to define it here, but we don't necessarily need a value.
Oh yeah, we do need that. Yeah.
We need to say that it's going to do something and then fail.
I think it's an. Is it an asterisk or an X? I forget.
I think it's an asterisk. My article that I'm looking at doesn't say.
I know the one I'm looking at too doesn't. Wait. Yeah, I think it's an. My guess is going to be an asterisk, like you're saying, because I bet X is available to be a variable.
Check the chat. Check the chat.
Hash. Brandon Roberts saying hash. Okay. And then let's delete the dashes because we don't really care about time right now. We'll say this thing we want to return an error.
Let's see what's out here for Jasmine Marbles when we go and look. Jasmine Marbles is here. Marble syntax, that's helpful. I'll open that up.
That's going to return some other links. No? Hey, that person looks familiar.
I know that dude. Love it.
Well, let's just start asking Brandon since he contributed to this library.
Nice. Internal menu users, writing marble diagrams for your tests. Okay. Here's the API. Hot, cold, yep, great, super, got all that stuff, syntax. Here we go.
Hash.
Oh,
Pound sign, what are we calling that?
One frame.
Okay, let's stay on target. Stay on target. We're doing the air, so let's focus on the air right now.
Sorry, yes.
Hash,
sorry.
right.
We're just going through, and we got pipe as complete. So
okay.
Hash, pipe, and hash type. Okay, good. So we're
okay. Yeah,
did something and then errored.
Yeah, ditch the dashes. Why do you need the time? We just want to test the error, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have ones that have the dashes, and it's gonna be fun.
All right. So what we're gonna do? What? We want this to return something, right?
This is where it's kind of a little weird. It's like expected.
Are we expecting to get back null? Because that's what we said, that it should return null when the HTTP call fails.
Right. No. We're expecting the get people to return an observable that has a null value. Yeah.
Yes.
What is our other?
So this is saying.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. In terms of so the value coming through that observable, the A placeholder A is going to be null.
Correct. That's what we're expecting to have happen. Is that whenever an error goes through and comes out of the HTTP result, that what we're going to be getting out in the observable is null.
Correct.
It's going to emit the value null.
Right. Okay. Save it and run it. Let's get our failure.
Here, let's collapse and take a look.
Come on, fail. Come on, fail.
Justin, are you rooting for our test to fail?
I am. Well, because then the test runner is doing its job, right? So I'm rooting for it to be successful in its run of doing its job, which should be to
it was expecting an error to equal null, a value. Right?
What's N?
I don't know. It's the notification kind. So next, I'm assuming this isn't. It got an error emitted when it expected a next.
Okay.
That's what that's where I'm going with that.
All right.
Okay. So it's also expecting a notification value of undefined because nothing was emitted to equal null.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I read that.
So I guess this is a little confusing to me when I look at it and try and like diagnose the failure reason, right?
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about that because what happens if I come in there and change the code later and the test fails, like how easy is it going to be for me to identify why it failed?
Yeah.
It's not descriptive in that. Maybe that's a product of this expect to be observable pattern, right? That's then results in the test runner not telling me, oh, well, I expected to get null and I didn't get null.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I mean, it says that their expected value undefined to equal null. So I guess I can get there. Right.
But I tell you, having to read and decipher that error message is better than having to write the subscribe and the expect separately.
I would agree. And once you do this pattern, you'll over time, I think you start learning it, right? And I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nico's asking about their way expect an error without it failing in your runner.
Yeah.
We can look into that. Let's make this test pass, right? Wow. We haven't done any code in our service, so we know that now we have to implement this code to make it pass.
Yeah. So you're saying, when you're saying make it pass, you're not saying alter the test. You're talking about altering the code.
Right. Cool. Writing the code that would make a test. So we did this behavior-driven development. We said, this is what we expect to have happen. It's not happening. So now what do we got to do to implement the code to make it happen?
Yeah.
Right.
So I would argue that as the implementer of this service, meaning us and GBS, that we should not handle this logic here, but we should probably handle it inside of get dataset.
Okay. So that all of our calls to our helper method, get dataset, would have some way to handle catching an error.
Yeah. And I'm going to make this private too.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to be exposed. Right?
Sure.
So I would say that before this point, do we want to catch the error here?
Mm-hmm. Now we're using RxJs method called catch error, right? Yeah.
Why are there no code actions? I want to catch the error. Oh, it's there. I guess it's saying we need to pass something in.
And so this catch error is going to handle an error coming from the observable that it's a part of the pipe for, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, our HTTP GET call, if that observable emits an error, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then this catch error is going to filter to that, find that, right?
Yes.
And then it is going to return another value through that stream, right?
Yes. This is basically saying if instead of calling next, something calls error, or an error is thrown, that it'll fall through here. And what catch error can do is process this and do whatever it needs to with that, whether or not it's log it or anything else, and then return a new observable or rethrow the error.
Right. So, and now when it returns that new observable, that catch error, is that also telling the stream to complete as well?
No, because we've then caught this error here, so it doesn't propagate further down the observable stream.
So it's simply just sending back another observable.
Yep. It basically says, all right, anything that happened above me is dead, and continue on with this, return this observable in its place, essentially.
Now, would that kill, if this was a hot observable, an observable that continues to run, no matter if somebody subscribed to it or not, would that terminate the observable? Would it complete it?
Well, not so much if it was a hot observable, but if you're saying if this were to emit again up here,
correct,
just for that value that's flowing through the observable chain, that value will error. So if this were to be returning multiple values from here, that the first value will flow through an error, but other values will continue to flow through.
Cool. Okay, so here we're saying catch error, and if we got an error coming from that get observable, then return new observable using the of helper method from RxJS and pass the value null, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we think that's going to solve our test?
That's what I'm feeling is going to happen, that we have solved our test.
I need like a little sign and a pom-pom and be like, go test runner every time we run the test runner.
Oh, no, we have failed.
Uh-oh.
Okay, should return null in the value. Okay, our expected length to equal to 2 to equal 1. Okay. Let's bring this out. Let's look at what we're looking at here. Frame 0 notification kind C. What? That says to me that it completed. That's value false. All right. Is because that there is a tick within here of the first value? Because the first one coming through actually gets mapped to nothing? All right.
Well, do both of those marbles need to be the same?
Do both of those marbles?
Like, does that need to be a hash in there as well?
No, because we were essentially handling error. We shouldn't see an error here. If this passes, then we certainly didn't do what we expected. Right? That's telling us our observable.
We're expecting get people to return an observable with the value of null inside of it, right? Yeah.
I'm going to try this. Bear with me here. No. Okay, that makes sense. And I noticed that as we're going through this, Brandon's gotten quiet in the chat.
Calling for a lifeline.
I am. Because I was really expecting this value to come through as null.
So what is it saying? Expected length.
Yeah, I'm going to save this and rerun this again. All right.
All right. So Nico's saying, I think you need to complete it as well, since of will complete.
Let's take a look at catch error. The signature says that we're getting the error in, and caught is another observable, but it returns an observable.
So I think what Nico's referring to is back in the test.
Yeah.
On line 31. Oh, wait, what line are we on now? 31. Put a pipe there after A. And Brandon's saying the same thing. The marble diagram should complete.
Okay.
Because that would complete, right? So I think, like they're saying, the test is confirming that it's not completing, but it actually is completing.
I see. Clear that. Let me clear this again.
Hold off eating my pretzel until we see a pass.
Oh, you have pretzels too?
I do have pretzels. I have pretzels and grapes. What a combo.
I went through one of my small bags of pretzel, but I still have another.
Ooh, nice. Those pretzels look thicker than my pretzels. My pretzels are kind of the thin.
Snyder of Hanover.
Okay.
Why is our test not running?
All right, come on. I want to eat this pretzel. Is it going to pass?
I was expecting it to, but it doesn't seem to be running.
Where did it go?
All right, well, we'll change that to B.
Well, it might be running. It just ran away.
Justin.
Hey, Brandon, you want some water out of my angular thermos? What do we call these things?
Justin, that's not cool.
These, Brandon, I think, maybe.
You're not being a very good friendly streamer.
No, why?
I think he wants a beer.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay, failed. We're still failing.
We are failing.
I got to put the pretzel back in the bowl. Darn it.
All right, I'm changing this back to my A's.
Oh, what did you do? Why is it failing?
So let's see here. It is
saying this frame 0 to equal 10. What's that all about? Isn't the frame like the seconds, the milliseconds and stuff like that?
Yes. Frame equals 0 to equal 10. So that tells me that's what Brandon just said, is that we need to basically say, all right, the first run through, as this flows through, nothing's happening, but the new observable coming out at the next tick is the value that we're expecting, and then it completes. that make sense?
It does. I'm there.
Oh, hang on. I'm saving because I want to see if you get your pretzel.
Okay, good. Because I want my pretzel. But then I'm highly concerned that if I don't have a chat window open with Brandon around or Nico around, how would I ever figure this out?
Well, don't worry. You can't.
So well, it's still failing, so I still don't get my pretzel. Now, but now you've doubled the time. Now it's gone up from 10 to 20. Now you added 1 tick, and now we're at double ticks. Do you need to put the dash on the hash? Is it in the wrong spot? You need to dash hash, not dash A.
But then we would still need the dash A.
No, delete that one.
No, because I would expect
my Sherlock senses are going, okay, I'm just going to reverse where that dash goes because 1 is still, well, I don't know, 1's still 0.
No, because if this waits, then what I would expect to get out is that this has to wait. I think he's saying that this is almost like an invalid cold observable because it should wait until it errors at all.
Okay.
What? It's equal 20. All right, Justin, I'm going with you. We're going to delete that dash. That doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Now 10 is going to equal 10.
Where are these numbers coming from? I don't know.
Did you save it? Is it running? I can't tell.
Yeah, but now 10 equals 0.
Oh, no.
How do I put a little dash in?
Half a dash. Multiply that dash by 0.5.
Where X is a half dash.
Oh, I thought marble testing was going to, be helpful for us.
Yes.
Now we're in a pickle.
Wait a minute. We have documentation.
Okay. Good call. Good call.
See? All right. So an error terminating the observable. Is the observable producer signaling error? Okay. We've got that much. Time progression. Is there anything that's a quote? Yes. Look, we knew that. On frame, emit A. On frame 5, emit B. Okay. Frame 8, error. Okay. Subscription model. This isn't what? No. No. Stop it. Stop it. Asynchronous assertions. All right. I think we need to search for the hashes. Are there no examples with hashes? Uh-oh. Let's see what else is out here on the internet.
This documentation that says test scheduler helper methods have more verbose names like test scheduler.create cold observable instead of cold.
Okay. I'm looking for something a little bit more concrete here.
Oh my gosh, I really want to eat my pretzel. It's very hard to not eat my pretzel. I'm so in a habit of grabbing one, but I'm going to stick to this. Got to solve it.
Hot, cold, marble syntax. I think this is the same thing we were just reading. Examples. Anatomy of a test. There are no errors in these tests. We can generate PNG marble diagrams. Oh.
Yeah. Like that's a really cool thing too.
I think, Justin, that we need to figure out how to handle an error correctly before we worry about pretty pictures.
All All right, I agree.
Yeah. All right, so let's try this one here. All right. Creating a test, and they're subscribing or looking at where things are subscribed to, but they aren't handling errors. Nobody talks about handling errors with observables. Schedulers? No, errors before schedulers. And there's nothing beyond that. What if I keep trying to scroll through the bottom of the document? That's not helping me. What's Christian got? Well, this looks promising. I mean, when in doubt, go to Stack Overflow, right? Cold. Support for progression. Additional specify the package to demonstrate one of a couple possible ways to accomplish what you want. I don't know what he wants because I didn't read his actual question.
Do we need to complete the error one? The HTTP call? The get result? Do we need to complete it, throw an error, and then complete?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's throw something else in there.
Do we get something different? No, same thing.
I don't know. Do you want to try and do like math.random to be able to spit out observables? Like we can map it so that it'll either spit out a dash, an A, or a hash, or a pipe, and see and keep on going until it matches?
No?
No? Okay. So it's expected the first frame of 10 to equal 0.
All right, now let's back out our dash. So we have no dashes.
No dash.
What does this do?
Error complete, which to me is invalid because you can't complete after you error. Same. Oh, the error is reversed now.
This 10 is the bane of our existence right now.
It is. And to me, this makes sense, right? I think this doesn't need to be there.
Pipe, yeah.
This makes sense that the error flows through. Nothing happens because it errored. But then a new observable came out in its place that has an A that completes.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me. I mean, our test is still going to fail, but
our frames aren't lining up. I just want to go bowling now. Can we go bowling?
Strike. No. Or even this would make sense to me too. We had this, then did we not have it completing before? Frame 0 to equal 10. We're calling this, right? So let's go see if we can get anywhere to catch error. Oh, you know what we could do? Let's go to RxJs.dev. Inside here, search for catch error. See if there's any documentation here. All right. So this is blah, blah. If n equals 4, it throws. Okay. And then, because we also tried this, if I'm right, didn't we? We did dash dash, and to have the dashes leading in.
Oops. Oh, crap. I messed up your code. Sorry.
I'm going to save that and let that run through real quick as I continue looking at this. Caught. What is caught doing here? Retries the caught source, observe long case of error, similar to retry operator. All right. Oh, can't read property pipe of undefined. Justin, we have a different error.
And this is just based on your dashes changes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I may have Control Z'd something out of there. Are we missing something?
Yeah. Let's try.
Wait, yeah. Our HTTP GET result is not being used.
Yeah.
We need to bring back in line 22.
All right, take line 20. Ah, okay.
I was Control Zing while you started editing code, and then so my Control Z, I think things got crazy.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right.
All right. So that has the double dashes for both. So basically, wait, error, and wait, null, complete. Now, see, the hardest things to solve are off by 1 errors, but we're off by 10. So this should be easier, right?
They're like 1 to the power of 10?
No, because 1 to the power of 10 is still 1.
Math is hard.
Now, I respect you waiting for pretzels. I'm not waiting for another beer.
What is going on? Why? See, this is like, oh man. I don't know if this got any easier at this point.
No, I think we're doing something wrong. But Nico is providing a piece here about catch error. Can I go directly to the source here? No. Edit source. That sounds good. Let's go to GitHub. And what Nico, I believe, was pointing out was the spec for catch error.
Yeah, there's an expect observable. That's what he was mentioning earlier. They were mentioning earlier, and I was trying to type in here.
What line was he talking about? Line 18? Wait, I'm in.
Oh, that looks even simpler, even more clear. Yeah, like let's try. I'm going to type in the code here real quick.
All right, I'll bring it up real quick.
What?
Interesting. I don't know if this will help, and I'm going to just have to say I don't know either.
Oh, helpers model testing there. Oh, it's the test scheduler. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't look at what you were doing.
I'm going to undo it, remove it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was looking at is that they're testing with hot observables throwing an error, but not cold observables throwing an error. At least I didn't see one. I agree, Brendan. I don't understand exactly why that's failing, because we're handling the error, we're catching it on the first frame, and we're immediately returning out a new observable in its place. And I could see that potentially add an additional frame in there, but I don't know. There's no scheduler within here, just immediately new observable. Because I think that we shouldn't necessarily need the dashes, but I mean, it should be fine either way.
I wonder if using the test. Yeah. I wonder if using the test subscriber helps in any way, maybe provides clear error messages or anything.
Yeah, because we're subscribing right at the beginning. But you're talking about like using the caret to show, from what I saw, using the caret to represent when somebody subscribes?
No, I'm talking about using this. What is it? The test scheduler that RxJs provides. Let me type some code out. Okay, let's see.
Brandon, I'm assuming what you're looking for is this here. And it seems that the second frame is off by 10, and I'm not sure why. That also is flat. And I guess now would be a good time. Hey, if anybody in the chat is interested in following along in the code themselves, we have a VS Code live share session set up, so you can go get that in your local VS Code. In case you don't like our fonts or anything else. And that took a function with it has an actual and expected as the two arguments. Brandon's joined the live share session. Welcome, Brandon. Feel free to click around, follow us, or look through the code yourself. The files we're looking at are the data service and the data service spec. And we can follow Brandon and see where he's looking.
All right, I'm going to comment my little line out that I was starting.
Okay. Because we're not doing anything here with switch map that it's changing or flattening observables or anything like that. We're just dealing with one straight observable that originates from an HTTP call. We're trying to map that.
Well, hello, code phobia.
Hello. That was like a close. No.
Thanks for the follow too. And Nico, thanks for the follow today. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's an error, if we need to move our catch error up. But then my concern is that then we're trying to map afterwards, and that would fail.
Right.
Because catch error, the confusion that I've seen with catch error is regarding more complex observables, and that it's an observable of an observable. All right, undefined
observable.
Yeah, so this is what's odd is that this is saying that undefined is supposed to equal null, but that's because of this. So what happens if we were to play into that and say, all right, our result is an object that has a property of results is equal to null. So that whenever then this gets emitted, it would then this will then get mapped to null. Does that make sense?
I see where you're going with that.
I'll go back to where we were. So I think put in the error handler here and putting null. I don't think the dashes are causing any issue. And that's just saying, hey, I haven't emitted yet. Now I error before I get a value. And that could just, yeah, Brandon says catch error should be less. And I agree with that, that something happened through this observable chain. And that if there's an error, we want to handle it here.
Right.
So we catch that error. And then as a result of when catching that error, return a new observable. And our new observable is just the value of null. And we could change that possibly to be error in its place. And instead of doing that, let's change A to be string of error. Save those. I don't think the null should be causing an issue there. And we're still getting the same issue. All right. So let's go back. I'm okay with removing the dashes. So if the observable errors, then we get the string of error, and then it should complete because of just emits that value and completes. I will say that up here got me. Yeah, it seems to be a framing issue. Frame 0 to equal 10.
You want to check the chat? Nico has a suggestion. No, Nico, I have not eaten this pretzel. I still have a whole bowl of pretzels, but this pretzel has not been eaten yet because we have not got this thing to pass yet. And it wants to be eaten. That pretzel wants to be eaten. It was born to be eaten.
Tests. He tries to line up the timelines first. And while I agree with you, Brandon, there's only one element in each of the observables.
Maybe we got the dash on the wrong side.
Are you saying this? Wow, that's a really weird ligature. That's dash pipe. I don't see that being the case.
I don't either, but I don't know. I really want this pretzel. All I need is a green. All I need is green. I don't care how we get there. I do care. I kid.
You need to group the value and the completion. A pipe. I have that.
Parentheses.
Oh.
And the string. Is that like a bag of marbles? It's like a banana in a box, right? In Angular with the two-way binding, and this is a bag of marbles with the parentheses around it.
Justin, enjoy your pretzel.
Did it pass?
It passed.
Thank you, Brandon. This pretzel's you and Nico, everybody that inspired this pretzel going into my mouth. I appreciate it. Thank you. We got Green and Brocky for putting the codes in there. Bye, pretzel.
All right, hold on. Where is the parentheses? Oh, that's not going to help at all. Let's go back to where it shows the error. There's a listing here. And
I don't feel like I earned that pretzel, but I'm going to enjoy it anyways.
You absolutely earned that pretzel.
I Googled for a while.
Sync groupings. When multiple events need to be in the same frame synchronously, parentheses are used to group those events. You can group nexted values, a completion, or an error in this manner.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's break that down. It sends, we needed to send the value and the complete at the same time?
In the same frame.
In the same frame. What are we talking about when we talk about frames? Is that the one delivery through the observable stream?
Yes.
That didn't sound very confident. Yes?
Yes. That's how I interpret a frame, is a value traversing through the functions of the observable chain.
So when we call subscribe on the HTTP client, we are getting a value and a complete at the same time? Return back?
No. We are not. So, and I say that we're not at that point because these aren't grouped together.
Brandon says yes, but I don't know what he's saying yes to.
So I think he was talking about our definition of frames. This may be how from or of is working.
Okay.
Now, instead of doing this, right, let's do that there and duplicate it. And instead of just doing of, if we were to do const subject equals a new subject and doing it our emissions this way, and not saying this is the right way to do it, that we could say subject dot next, and we want to next out null. I want to change this back. I want to make that null again, by the way, and remind me to do that in the test. And then we say subject dot complete and return subject. as observable because I want to be a good citizen.
Now you're going to a dark place that I'm not sure I want to go with you.
I think I'm just basically trying to have that flow out on 2 different frames instead of just one. So if I remove that grouping while it's working through a subject, that calls next and complete as 2 separate things. I'm going to say Brandon agrees with me because his yes is still sitting in the chat. And I'm stealing that. I like you said, we're not sure exactly what that yes was to, but there's a yes, so he agreed with me. Thank you, Brandon.
Screenshot it. Use it. Can we use it in our PRs anywhere?
We can. Yeah, it's basically a golden
approval. Right, and Brandon agrees. See, he says yes.
Yes, I agree. He agrees. Awesome. All right, so null came out. We were expecting that. I changed our spec to be null instead of the other and didn't like it. Justin, it did not like my code there.
It failed?
Maybe because of the synchronous nature of how this is coming through, that it's already been completed as it came through.
Yeah, because you're returning that subject, right?
Yeah, so let's...
But that's already been through that stream. That subject, if you subscribe to that subject, the value's already gone, right? What about behavior subject? Well, that's not going to get the complete, though.
Yes, it is.
Is it going to, if you're returning that subject, even after you've next a value, before you return it? I like it. We're in the Indiana Jones mode, and you put your discovery hat on, and you're digging for.
Hey, I mean, we're already pretzel mode, so.
What?
We've already gotten the pretzel, right?
So now we're into overtime, extra time. It's all bonus coverage right now.
All right. So we're going to next after 100 milliseconds, and then we are going to.
Here. Told you, going to a dark place to pull this off. I like it. We're going to learn some stuff.
I'm hoping. So let's try that. Except I think that's going to mess with our dashes here. All right, length is off. So I think that this means that we waited and then we waited again. I think I just solved it. I'm going to walk away now, end the stream. It worked. Imagine the green showing up on the screen.
Just imagine it.
Just imagine.
But it's not showing up. It's still red.
You were supposed to end the stream before that happened.
Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant. You wanted me to end broadcast. I gotcha.
Oh.
So again, you're trying to discover right now what the scenarios with the frame, right? Oh. Of emits and completes in the same frame, according to the docs. So that's why we needed that, right?
Yeah. But I wonder if there's a better way to get rid of this. I don't think that's quite necessary because I think that is the right approach, unless there's a different way to basically say emit one observable without using of or one value. All right, let's get rid of this, put that back.
You could delete my line too. We could dig into test scheduler in another stream if we want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is passing, right? Let's say this picture is passing. What's up?
Yes, we're passing.
Okay. All right, so we've got a scenario now where we've added the test where we said we want to simulate a error coming through the observable from the HTTP call, and we want to make sure our code handles it and does what we expected, which is to return a null value. That's just arbitrarily what we decided to do if we catch an error in our service, right? Yeah. Probably wouldn't be what we actually do eventually, but we're just for brevity, right?
Yes.
So, okay, cool. So now we wrote some code to make it fail. We confirm that it passes. Now we know that, like, theoretically in production, when this thing is running at runtime and actually calling the service, if that HTTP service from the HTTP client that Angular provides, if that emits an error, then our service should gracefully handle that, right, in our desired behavior.
Yeah.
And we can confirm that here without ever calling the HTTP service. Cool. So we have the dashes going in there, the frames, right? What if we add some code here to say, like, look, we only want to wait so long.
Hey, Justin.
Yes?
I would like to get us a little bit of a quick win. That took us a little bit more.
Okay.
Should do what we expect. And I would like to say expect NGBS .to equal awesome. And I think it does. So const NGBS.
That's a big expectation right there. Can we live up to that?
Well, you know what? I don't know if we can, but we should test it.
The test runner, our little test runner, is going to tell us
whether or not we are awesome.
Right. Well, you can't have awesome without B, so fail.
It says that we are awesome. And God,
that confirms
it was going to fail. Oh. No, just the last hour of the stream failed.
We discovered stuff. We learned about, and hopefully everybody watching learned about this frame that Brandon helped educate us on.
Yes.
That we need to wrap that thing in a frame if we're testing the of helper method from RxJs, right? Because it's returning a value and a complete in the same frame.
Exactly. And the way that you handle two emissions values in the same frame is by wrapping them in parentheses.
And that is putting those marbles in a bag of marbles. I don't know if that's official, but I'm making it official. It's Schwarty official. Bag of marbles, or, grouping a frame. Either way.
I like it.
All right.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, Mike.
It is.
Are we supposed to be saying Bracco and Schwarty because BS, or we,
It is still Hacktober.
It is Hacktober.
We should probably put up a pull request to get Bag of Marbles in to the documentation.
Into the documentation?
Yeah.
Well, what do we need to do? We need to find something where we can add to the documentation and then happen to describe it as that when we add it, right?
Yes. Yeah, we'll look into that.
All right, we'll look into that.
No results found for marbles. Awesome. I removed our awesome test.
Okay, that's good. We don't need to confirm that. Like, that's for other people to tell us. We shouldn't be writing code that confirms or implies that we're awesome, right?
Yeah.
That's a judgment for other people. We just do what we can.
We appreciate you stopping by and definitely appreciate your contributions to the stream tonight.
For sure. Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah, he's taking off. All right, so we're saying that it should fail if the HTTP call takes too long. And I think that's good for a description. We can solidify what that means. Right.
All right, so we want similar stuff, right? That we have above.
I agree. Yes. Oh, so yes. So we should probably steal all that.
We probably should take the other one, right? Because we don't need the bag of marbles in the success one right now, anyways.
No, we don't. What we need is, I see. Because then we have the A and yeah. So it should get people.
Because we're not using the of at that point, right?
That's true. Well, the of's still there, but yes, I see what you're saying. So what we're saying here is that if this, because dashes represent periods of time, right?
And each by default is 10 milliseconds, right?
Yeah. So there's 5 of them.
So math.
I would say that what that would mean is that we are saying that, for example's sake, if we time out, oops, I've got shifting. If we have 3, that it should error if we haven't gotten anything back in the first 3 ticks. Right?
Isn't that saying that we're expecting the return of get people to be a cold observable that ticks for 3 frames and then returns an error?
Yes. So what we're saying is that this is the observable that gets injected. This is what's happening with the HTTP call. The HTTP call takes this long. Do we want to say that this is what expires?
Yeah, I want to say that the HTTP call takes too long. And when the HTTP call takes too long, our code should stop trying to wait for it. And it could return an error, or maybe it just returns null like we were doing with the null again, right?
Yeah. Talking about...
Yes, Codephobia is mentioning using async scheduler and debounce time to spoof the delay.
Yeah, so what this is actually using, I believe, underneath the hood is the test scheduler. So it doesn't actually wait the time as the test is running. It just acts as if these are delays and uses the test scheduler to tick along across each of those values. Yes, Nico, like a virtual time. So
we're saying like this would be the expected stream behavior or time ticks, right? And then what we really, or that's the actual, that's what we're handing back. We're simulating with our HTTP call. And then what we're expecting get people is what we want to code for. Like, what do we want to make get people do if it reaches the threshold of time?
Yeah. So what would happen? And like I said, I'm simulating that, or postulating that after 3 ticks, 3 units of whatever time, that our observable would throw an error. But whether or not we want that to be the case or not, I don't know. But this is where we would define what we want the behavior to actually be when the HTTP call takes more time.
Right. And so that's just because we have like, it's hard because I want to just kind of throw something in there that so we can focus on this part, right? But I also kind of don't want to really necessarily do something that wouldn't be real world. I mean, we're already kind of in that boat because we probably wouldn't return null from our service call if there was, an error.
But that's an arbitrary, say, error value,
right?
Of some sort of error.
Okay, so let's say we just return an empty array because it's an array of people, right? So we're expecting that when our get people service makes a call to HTTP, and if it takes more than these 5 frames, which right now would be 50 milliseconds, is that correct?
30 in this case, because again, this is what we're simulating HTTP does. But what do we expect to happen? Where does it time out on?
See, that's where I think it gets confusing. Like, I'm thinking that like the expected is going to be the observable that get people returns, right?
That's the actual. What is it actually doing versus what do we expect it to return?
So So we're saying that our get people code, the implementation of the code, we want that subscribes, we want it to wait, say 3 ticks. In this case, we're going to say 30 milliseconds. And then we want to say, if we pass 30 milliseconds, we want to return this empty array. Otherwise, we want to go ahead and do the whole thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so to implement that code, what we're saying is what we need to do in our get people is we need to say our pipe on our get call to HTTP client needs to have some sort of thing that says like after 30 milliseconds, return an empty array.
Yes.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Okay, so this is what we're expecting.
So when writing tests, we verify that our test fails first.
Go test runner go.
Woohoo! It failed.
No pretzel for you. Wait, no pretzel for me. All right.
You put that constraint on yourself. I'm okay to eat pretzels.
I did. Okay, so we got failure.
Which is good. So now we need to figure out how to get it to say, hey, that call's taking a while. Let's kick back an empty array.
Some RxJS time, more RxJS, right?
Yes.
So what operator do we want to use to have a threshold for how long we're going to wait?
I know. Let's look at the documentation.
That's a good spot.
Operator decision tree.
Ooh.
I have one existing observable.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit, please? Enhance. I'm going to do the finger swipe gesture.
I want to allow some values to pass. I want to ignore values. After a period of inactivity, right?
Yeah.
I want to throw an error. No, I want to switch to another observable.
I actually want to go down the right path in this mountain, and then I want to open the dungeon door with the key I have in my bag, and then I want to pick up this stone on the left. Can I do that in this? Or is this just RxJS specific? It's not my...
Yeah, this isn't doing...
All right.
So the question is, do you want to go to page 57 or do you want to go to page 253?
Well, that's where I'll go, right? If I choose one of these things, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to go with...
I'm not waiting. I want to switch to another observable.
I don't know that I want to switch to another observable, though, right? Well, I guess we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Now we want to use timeout with.
What is the other one? I want to go back. Flip back. Did you put your finger in the book so you could go back and make a different decision? Because that's what I would have done.
No.
I didn't like that decision, right?
There. You want to throw an error?
Yes. Timeout. Okay. So Nico said timeout. And we got timeout or timeout with.
Yes.
So depending on if we want to return a value or return an observable, right?
Mm-hmm. So do, what is do? Number specifying the period within the observable must emit values, or date specifying before one observable should be complete. Alrighty.
And so Codephobia says it's going to expect of array, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to return an observable.
It is.
Right? The of is observable.
So what do we say? We're saying after 30 milliseconds? We're in a timeout?
Yeah, because each dash by default in the marble diagram is 10 milliseconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We don't know what error is.
What does timeout return? Or what does it do?
Nothing. This would be the same value of what's in here. Oh, Nico's suggesting that we change this to that error, no matter what the error is, should return the same value of an empty array.
Mm-hmm.
Which will go back and we would have to change our previous test to say, instead of expecting it to complete with null, to complete with an empty array.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, so let's describe what timeout is doing in that pipe back there.
Oh, hold on. Should return an empty array when the HTTP call fails. Okay, sorry. So to me, what this is saying is that if the observable takes longer than this amount of time, that it's going to throw an error.
Okay.
And
then our catch error.
It will get caught here in this. So catch error will have caught the error, ignored this parameter, and just return out a new observable that has the empty array.
Okay.
So again, for our last two tests, if the HTTP call fails, timeout and map essentially don't matter, and the error is caught here, and we'll get an empty array. So we change the other test to support that. And then if the timeout throws, then it'll get caught and throw an empty array here. And because A and B, this is a different value, I just changed this to B because I think it would be confusing.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to save both of those. And where's our test?
I'm expecting it to not work.
Me too. And the reason why I'm expecting it to not work
is the same reason I'm expecting it to not work. Because we're like hive mind. BS is like hive mind.
Marbles.
We didn't make a bag of marbles to complete it, right?
Yes. So we need a bag of marbles.
Bag it up.
But I think we're getting a different error as well.
Is it running? Did it run again?
Mm-hmm. So 10, 20, 30. Boom. But here, what's it saying? It's expecting frame 50 to equal 30. I mean, because this could be whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm. So is our 60 going to go up at that point? Did that reload? Can't tell.
No, it's running.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to debug, like from those error messages.
I agree.
I mean, maybe it's just a matter of learning it, right?
Yeah.
And getting familiar with it, the frames and everything, but
in here. This doesn't have any errors in it, right? Or any marble diagrams in here. I have to go back and the no. I can't find the message. That Nico share, there it is. So this is the operator's catch error. We want timeout.ts. Whoops, I can't type. Because it's timeout spec. So he's using the test scheduler. You find anything, Justin?
Not yet.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That seems pretty straightforward to me. This looks pretty straightforward to me that after 10, 20, 30, it should then emit this. I could even possibly saying, all right, we say it might take another frame to emit.
I feel like the code, the implementation of the code to solve it in our service is right?
I feel like it is as well.
It's just how do we do the marbles and the testing to...
What if this actually never emits? Expected length of 0 to equal 2. Let's go back. But even still, so, well, first of all, I think 30 milliseconds is a little bit slow for this. Or fast, excuse me. Not too many servers I've worked with.
Your API must return in 30 milliseconds or we're out.
But see, I shouldn't have to worry about providing some sort of scheduler here. Right? I shouldn't need that.
Right.
Tests seem to be depending upon. So instead of that, so this is 1,000 seconds. I think there was a way, based off of the documentation we were looking at. And I lost where it was. I think it's actually here. Yeah. To be able to specify times.
Yeah, the configuration. I was going to say, like, that would be one of our next things would be to add in, change what that frame is.
So 1,000 milliseconds, and then blow up. Right?
Do you need a space in there? And then do you need the same time up above, or a similar syntax up above?
There's a whole lot in there. Possibly. So let's make this 2,000 milliseconds. When I was looking at the syntax, oh, it does have a space. Spaces don't matter.
Okay.
Like, it's basically legibility. They're ignored in terms of the processing. But for legibility, I say it makes sense. And I'll clear that. Frame 0 to equal 1,000. That's what this is doing. It's waiting 1,000 milliseconds. Right? Go to the definition of that. Do is a number specifying a period within which server must emit values for date.
I don't feel like this is it, but is there any possibility that the order inside of our pipe with the timeout for the map is an issue? I don't feel it is, but
I don't think it is. Or is it a possibility because
it's like the learning curve for the marble testing is the thing that we hit, right?
Mm-hmm. This is true. We could add tap. But I could easily handle that here as well, because I think we're getting to this point. Return that.
Did we try it with the expected and not have any type of time in it?
Say that again.
Did we try it with the expected to not have any time in it?
Yes, I did try that as well.
So just being the bag of marbles?
Yeah. I love that.
We got a new color.
Result.
It's a fake green. It's an aqua green.
Interesting. Oop. Log error. I mean, that just really nails it.
Hey, no, it is their test. I was wondering if, like, should we this test just to make sure that none of the other tests are running? We didn't break any other tests because we're changing the code.
I do have an F described, so it's only our tests, but I see. Just isolate this specific test.
Right, because that other one, the other spit out of the results not being the right thing is because you change that code to do this thing, I think, right?
Yeah.
Not, I don't know.
Cannot read property results of undefined. But in our test, we're not emitting anything. Right?
Yeah, we're not emitting anything. It can't access the results property off of it. And we've got that because you elevated that above the timeout, right? So it's doing the map first. So C is trying to do the map and find results off of the result coming through, but there's nothing emitted. So which is a good example of like what happens if that HTTP call never returns anything. We'd have to handle that too. That's for another test and another codes.
All right, so that's fine. This makes sense, right? Timeout occurred, and we're good. But our error is length equals 0 to equal 2. I don't know what that means.
It's actually getting the value, right? Our array is, we're expecting an empty array, but we're getting an array of the people.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still getting the value coming through.
Is B no longer in a bag of marbles? Is it out of the marbles?
Lost our marbles?
I think I may have.
I definitely.
I think I want to give a quick kudos to us. We hit 50 followers, man.
We did. Excited about that.
Thank you to everybody who's watching and paying attention and hopefully learning. And
we also got Kevin DQC followed us after Codephobia followed us tonight. I don't see Kevin DQC in the chat though, active in the chat.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just watching. Appreciate it.
We've been here a while tonight. Oh, disconnected. What? Let's restart our test. I hope that wasn't it.
What?
It said the browser wasn't there. So.
Oh. Chasing ghosts. It is October, so we could be chasing ghosts.
This is true. I know Nico's throwing a few of them in the chat. I think I've seen some emojis come through.
We need the power of the BS logo. Boom.
I think that may have been it.
It's going to be it. Is 93 the new 92?
I think 93 might be the new 92. All right. Well, I think this is good that we are actually seeing that the timeout is happening. We're capturing a timeout. So that means that this part is good. Right?
It is.
It's just a matter of trying to figure out this piece. But it's saying length 0 to equal 2.
I mean, is that our error though? Like what? Can you go back to the output or make the window?
Maybe A needs A.
What?
I'm just saying maybe it needs to be A. Is that a convention that has to be followed?
A, B, C, D, that sort of thing? I don't think so.
Oh,
can you make that
undefined to equal? Hold on, let's try this. I think of always does this. Dawishman says that he thinks that the HTTP call needs to complete. And yes, those observables do complete, but I'm not too worried about this point because timeout is thrown an error because it's taking too long for our threshold. And what I did is I added a dash here because I thought I saw 1010. So it probably times out at 1000. And then on the next frame is when it's actually going to emit the value and complete. We disconnected again. What is going on? Thank you, Nico. Yes, it did fail. No, I don't want to do that.
Thinking. Well, let's see what the output says. Wonder if I'm getting. I don't see this in the. You're running this in your own terminal, right?
Run it in terminal. I was actually just thinking that because I could run it in the VS Code terminal and that would get shared across Live Share. But I don't like that this is disconnecting. I don't know what's going on there.
Did you run an NG test with Watch? I missed that.
NP or no, I'm just doing NG test. That automatically has Watch turned on.
Oh, right. I can't run it in the terminal. I can't run it from mine.
Right.
If my terminal is not accessing your project.
Length equal to 0 to equal 2. Undefined to equal an object that has frame 1010 is where the notification is. Right?
Mm-hmm. And then there's the notification and then the complete. The next and then the complete. I think the kind is C for complete, N for next, right?
Yeah.
And then E for error. So it's expecting a next and then a complete.
On frame
110 in our bag, right? You still have it in the bag. Put it in the bag. It's in your bag. And we have the dash. So it's 100 milliseconds plus another dash, which is 10 milliseconds. So we're saying at that frame 110, it should have both the next value and the complete value.
But that's the expected.
Right.
This is expected this to equal this thing. So this is what the actual is. The actual is undefined at that point. Because what it's doing is it's taking this thing and saying, all right, at 1010, this thing plus the complete, because the marble bag is at 1010. But in all actuality, there is nothing from the actual piece there.
What's the timeout? The timeout's 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Milliseconds.
Yeah. And this keeps disconnecting. I don't know why. And I can't kill Chrome because that's how we are streaming.
Perplexing.
Yeah.
Nico goes, maybe Karma needs a timeout.
Yeah, I killed it. It's just sitting here right now. It's not running. So this is fine. It's firing, but I don't know. We don't know when and which frame. And I think that's what is going on is we need to figure out how do we set this up so it automatically captures at the right time.
That's another reason where I think it gets kind of confusing. Like, do I really want to be writing tests that describe the actual like observable timing behavior that's coming back out of it? Or what I really want to do, like for me, I think about it, I want to write the simulation of the observable that is being received in there. But then I just want to check that my result is this, right? I want to check to see if I got back null or if I got back an array. I really don't care about the timing, the inner workings of the timing of that. Mm-hmm. What I care about is the final value that I get back out of that subscription to get people, right?
That's an interesting point. Like take a step back and say, all right, and you're talking about doing an actual subscription to the observable versus trying to define it as part of a marble diagram.
Right. So I would use the marble diagram to simulate the behavior of the mock HTTP call, but I'm not necessarily using it to check the same, use a marble diagram to explain what I expect the actual get people to be doing, right?
And this is going to be people. And then we want to do an expect people dot to equal empty array.
Right.
And this stuff goes away. Put a semicolon there. And we run, and we forget the karma is dead. Yeah, I agree, because I think this is very clear to basically say, all right, we're just emitting out a code observable, cold observable that is just not emitting anything for a period of time that's longer than our timeout.
Mm-hmm.
And then we subscribe and we're expecting the value that we get out to equal that value.
And the other thing I like about that is that when we go to use our get people method from the data service, the way we're going to use it in code is we're going to subscribe to it. So our test describes how we would use that API, right?
So we see here that it does time out, but we're still succeeding because this is the value that we're getting here.
Right. So we know the code we implemented is working, and we are simulating the thing that we want to simulate, which is this mock HTTP call, and we're checking the value, which is what we want to do. We want to see that it got an array. So we're, focusing on using the marble diagram to simulate the mocks. and not necessarily to check what the return observable looks like coming back from get people. Yeah. To me, I think about that. I think like, okay, like that observable stuff is handled by RxJs, right? Yeah. To do this thing. So do I really want to test that it's doing its thing, or do I want to test the result of what it would be returning? I don't know. I mean, I think it'd probably be cases where you'd want to test that. But like in this scenario, I just care about simulating a delay and testing that, right?
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. And I think I may have solved this. But I think part of the Chrome issue dying is, and I'm going to put them all back, is that we weren't actually completing this cold observable. And it was just sitting there, and something was sitting out there not finished.
Uh-huh. Why do we have 2 failed tests?
Where do you see 2 failed tests?
They're the same, 36 and 43, right? They're the same.
This one. Yeah. So
that's there's like a copy at one point.
Yeah, no capture browser. All right, let's kill that. And 2. This has been a fun adventure tonight.
I like it.
What I've really enjoyed about our stream thus far is forcing us to stray outside of our comfort zones and experiment with things that we may not have played with a whole lot before. I mean, just something new.
Yeah.
I hadn't done a whole lot with animation, so I think what we did was really cool with that. Exploring, wow, that's a whole lot. We'll get into that in a second. But the idea of trying something new and good now and just exploring. So like we did with the first stream we did with the provided en route.
And doing it with friends in the chat. This has been fun. I like it. I like when we get interaction with everybody. It's awesome. Go on this journey together.
All right, so this one failed. This one, expected length equal to 7. Frame 0 to equal 1,000.
Oh, thank you, Nico. Send in the love.
It's not live streaming if something doesn't break. Oh, don't worry. We break all the things.
Yes, code phobia. I agree. That's the format of live streaming, right? Is that we have this extended time. So, you know, I mean, if nothing broke, we'd wrap this thing up in 30 minutes and everybody would be out. Maybe some people want that. I don't know, but I want to hang out with y'all like as long as we can, you know? And so I want things to break and fix and explore.
Back on mine. I'm sorry I'm interrupting, but I want to see what's on here. We're getting a lot more errors now.
Well, now you brought this whole like bag of marbles back into this scenario, right? With this other test.
I did.
You really want to solve that, don't you?
I really do. Because what that gives me is that, yes, this subscribe is great, and I know that it's eventually going to emit this, but this also tests the timeout, because what happens if it's configurable and you can specify a timeout? How do we know that it's actually
timing out after that time?
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't know if it actually did anything there or not. Is it the same error? Length equal 0 to equal 2.
We need to find out if there's a different, what is it called, reporter for Karma, so that it can pretty this up a bit.
Yeah.
This is pretty hard to parse and read for me anyways.
Because we definitely have the wrong frame. Right? Because the actual is undefined where we have something.
Is that the run that's failing? Is it the one right below it? Like where are we on? What are we on right now?
No, I went back to the original one.
Right, but in the output, is that for this particular save?
Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Let's go 10 milliseconds earlier and see if it's there.
Disconnected.
Chromium, no likey me. I missed a 0. Oh, yeah, that I don't want 10,000. No, I have an extra 9 there. That's what it is. But if Chrome disconnected, it's just going to build and not actually run. No captured browser. That's not frustrating at all. Karma gave up after 3 hours.
Right.
I can tell that to my boss, though. I can hey, I need to stop writing tests because Karma only worked for 3 hours. You go ahead and steal that one, Nico. I'm okay with that. I can't test this anymore. I've been testing it for 3 hours.
Timeout. 3-hour timeout. All right, we're doing the same thing. I'm getting tired, and you must be getting real tired.
Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. But for whatever reason, it's not finding the emission here on the actual. I wish we could spit out the actual as a marble diagram, but I don't know how to do that. Because it's saying that nothing was emitted at that point where we were expecting 2 things to be emitted. That's how I'm reading this, at least.
Mm-hmm. We were expecting the next and the complete, right?
Yeah.
At that frame. Because that's what we described in line 40 for the cold setup, right?
Mm-hmm. At frame 990, and there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And my 2 thoughts were either at 990, 1,000, or 1010, and we tried them all.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Out, right?
The other possibility is that we say, all right, this thing. And to be clear, let's go back to the documentation for timeout. Number, period, then an observable must emit values or date. Okay. But does it give anything about units?
$50 milliseconds from the moment of subscription. So you provide 100 as argument. The first value comes at 50 milliseconds.
Mm-hmm. Without a second value being emitted, the stream will end with an error. And source observable will be unsubscribed. These checks are performed throughout the life cycle, blah, blah, blah. Who cares if it's a date because that's not what we're playing with. Takes a scheduler. All right, let's go back and okay, super. So let's say it'll time out after 10 milliseconds. So if we do that,
do you want to delete your console log stuff out of there too, so we don't see that, deal with that anymore?
do that. Save those and rerun our test. So I know we said 10. This should actually probably just be 1 dash. Right?
I feel like we're Kevin Costnering this thing right now.
Yeah.
A little tin cup action. Give me another ball. Give me another ball.
That makes me sad because I played a lot of golf growing up and I've hit a lot of balls in water.
You don't do that anymore now that you're grown up?
I don't
or
play.
You just don't golf anymore?
I haven't played in a while.
All right. I still golf and I still hit balls in water.
Yeah, I played a lot of golf growing up. Give me some good news. You're a jerk.
Bad karma.
All right. Then let's try and do this. Yeah, I'm doing something different.
Just want to see a different error message, a different failure error, right?
If we set it at 10 milliseconds, right? It's going to time out real early. Then what I do is basically say, I should get an error I should get 4 errors. Zero, 4. So this is saying that nothing gets emitted from the other. Then nothing was nexted out. But we know that it should be. Because we saw the log messages that it's hitting the catch error. And it should be oving out these. And here it's telling me that all 4 of them are invalid.
What happens if the HTTP call is 5 milliseconds?
Say that again.
So go back in the code and set the HTTP cold observable to just be 5 milliseconds and then complete.
Hold on for a second. So this is saying that we're timing out after 50, which should be 5 ticks. And that we subscribe here. So we're expecting that. Saying it should time out after a specified time period. Okay, that makes sense to me. So let's for the sake of brevity, let's just say we're not going to catch the error. And let's time it out after 10 milliseconds. So that would mean that we would wait 10 milliseconds and see an error. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because we're not seeing anything. All right, so let's see what that. Oop. I didn't save both of them.
Save all. Or we're going to be in a real hurt of diagnosis.
Or we just get angry and we just say, screw you, and just blow up. Right? If it doesn't happen immediately, I don't care.
High expectations.
Yes.
I mean, it's always resulting in the same thing. What, like, change that back.
This?
Yeah. And then go back to the, yeah. And then just change the HTTP call on line 37 for the cold to be like 5 milliseconds.
This?
Yeah.
And what do you want it to do? Just complete?
I just want to see what it does in this scenario. Like, is that undefined going to be something now? Like, yeah, and then make A be a VR. Yeah.
A is the result. Where am I here?
Yeah.
So
and I guess, yeah, I could just delete that, right? Or just return the A. I don't know.
But since this is return an A after that, then this should.
But hopefully the test runner will tell us, did it like.
So it emits two things. And it's expecting frame 5 to equal 10.
And so if a frame 5 has a next value.
Yeah, there's nothing here. That's why.
To equal and define.
This we should be expecting 5 milliseconds to be just A, and then complete.
Right. Which we have a test for that. I was just seeing like what is it? We're getting undefined, but then now if we do it a lower time, we are getting a value. So the scenario is like.
But it's not that Nico says that the timeout isn't completing. And it's not that the timeout isn't completing because it shouldn't. It should error at 10, which says, all right, move this back up to say, all right, 25 milliseconds. That's fine. That what should happen is that after 10 milliseconds, we should be getting A, which is resulting to A being an empty array. This is exactly what should be happening because we have a timeout of 10 milliseconds. Oh, sorry. At 10 milliseconds, we should be getting an error. Frame 25 to equal 10. It should never have gotten to frame 25 because it should have expired here.
So that timeout is throwing a timeout error, right?
Yes. If you look at expected, it is like should be thrown and something that is an error. And what is the exclamation word? So we're looking at all these things. What does the exclamation point mean? An unsubscription point. Okay. This, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is what we should be getting. And obviously that's not the case.
Well,
But see, it should never get to frame 25. I'm going to try one last thing. That this observable starts at the beginning. Nope. Unless, do we have something off here? Actual, unexpected. But even if this is, to get rid of all the other confusion of everything else. You got anything, Justin?
Thinking, exploring, possibly.
But the actual is coming back that the value is being emitted, which so this is basically saying we're expecting two things to have been to flow through, where this is, or we're actually getting one. So the actual is two things came through, which are going to be these two, as we're expecting that.
what happens? So you took out the catch error?
I did take out the catch error. Only because we should just be able to say that an error happened after 10 milliseconds.
What if we put it back and just rethrow, do the return to throw error? Nico says, one thing I realized is that maybe you need a scheduler. From what I've seen, if the delay is too long, the test says it doesn't emit anything. However, vice versa, if it's too short, then it emits and ignores your clause. The delay spec also uses a scheduler.
Okay, where would we even specify the scheduler here?
Is it the scheduler in the timeout or the?
No, I can't be expected to put a scheduler in here as part of my live code.
Right, because the other code, we tested the other code works, right? The other one where we actually subscribe to our get people. So we know that the logic is working, right?
You're talking about this last test here.
Yeah.
Yes.
That test works, right?
Yep.
So we know that the implementation of the logic in the get people with the timeout is correct.
Marbles of values error. No. So we can't do.
Right, just for Marble, not for subscribing.
Yeah, I'm looking. To be observable is type any. Cool. So there's that. I just don't know if there's any way to specify a scheduler there. Do we need to run it through a scheduler.run? All right, so maybe it's not actually using our scheduler. So get rid of this. Cool. A E A E A, and then going back, test scheduler.run. And then I should be able to pass actual and expected. Expected one argument, but got two. Helpers. All right, so run actually takes in a function. Not worried about helpers. What do you think about that?
Okay.
Zero equal to 1. So that's saying nothing came out of actual. What's our current timeout? All right, so let's move this back. That should be 1,000. If this is using a scheduler, then this should just be 2,000 milliseconds. And our cold observable inside of here, that should be 1,000 milliseconds, and then get A incomplete, where A is an empty array. Back to where we originally were. And nothing gets emitted from the first one. And we can put all of this in here. But I don't think that's it. What is it? Actual.view.
Let's see. Effects that take a schedule. Codephobia says when I write tests with NGRX for effects, I write the effect to take a scheduler as an arg and default it to the async scheduler.
Say that again.
Codephobia says, so when I write tests with NGRX for effects, I write the effect to take a scheduler as an arg and default it to the async scheduler. Then you can pass in a different scheduler if you want in your tests.
I shouldn't have to specify a scheduler inside my service, though. That's the part that's getting me. I shouldn't have to complicate this code because I want to test it in a different scheduler. So we create a test schedule. All right. There's helpers.
Well, I'm getting tired.
Yep. Oh, it wants this. But how? It can't just be that. I need to be able to pass in values. Oh, I need to do all of this here. And I expect it goes away.
So the timing stuff that we set in here, like 200 milliseconds, the test is not actually going to run 200 milliseconds, right? Simulating that virtual time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I guess that's one big benefit of doing the marble testing is that you can simulate time without actually taking up that full time.
Yeah.
Runtime.
How do I do this in here with the structure? Forget the structure. Let's just put this here. Because my cold is overriding the other cold. And this can just be. My cold was cold.
Too cold. Ice cold. Man, 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah. I'm ready to throw on the towel here.
Yeah. I do a little more exploring on the whole
piece with schedule.
Maybe it's just an issue with the timer, the timeout, and the scheduler and all that stuff. Yeah, but a little more learning with the marbles.
Yeah. Yep. But I think we've done some pretty good testing within here with what we did. So we saw that we were able to test, sending a value through with what the HTTP service calls. It gets mapped, get out a value. That works. And then we were able to simulate getting an error into a bag of marbles. And we were able to handle the error, the timeout error flowing through by saying, hey, it's going to take a lot longer than our timeout. And just by subscribing, but not based off of creating a marble diagram to represent the failure coming out.
And to me, that last one feels like a sweet spot to get started, where you can leverage some marble diagrams and marble testing to kind of scaffold out your mocks pretty easily and kind of simulate that mock part of it. And that feels good. And then I think that like this other part that we dove into, like you were explaining, that when you start to want to say, I also want to test that like my timeout timing is working 300 milliseconds or whatever, then at that point, testing the output observable or the returning observable from our method by checking it against a marble diagram can become beneficial as well, right?
Very, very true. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think overall, there's a little bit of a learning curve to get going with it, right?
I completely agree.
You got to kind of learn what that DSL is for the text description of a marble diagram. You got to kind of understand how and what you're testing and what would be returning and when. Yeah. So, but definitely, I think beneficial to have in the tool belt to know that you can utilize this, right?
I agree.
Cool.
So I'm going to unshare my screen.
Okay. Just the two of us.
With our logo.
Oh, yeah. When we put it back, boom. There's the logo.
What?
All right. We need to mention our Twitters, right?
Yeah. So he's
Shorty. At Shorty.
Yes. And I'm at Brocco. And we are combined at NGBS_show on Twitter. And I tell you the URL to find us on Twitch, but you're here watching us.
So yeah, unless they're going to watch the video on demand that you dump over to the YouTube channel.
That is true. Yeah.
So if you're watching then later, not live, then twitch.tv/NGBS.
Yep. So if you're enjoyed what you've seen, or you're entertained, you learned, or you laughed,
watch us eat more pretzels, or not eat pretzels if we fail with our code test.
Yeah, or a combination of the above. Please follow, and then you'll get notified whenever we stream again, which next Wednesday, same time.
Yeah, we do it every Wednesday, right? So every Wednesday this time. And then we've been trying to throw in some extra ones too. So if you follow us on Twitch, then you'll get notified when we go live. So whenever we do it out of band, you'll be able to join and watch as well. Yeah. And on Twitter. Awesome.
Definitely awesome. So
everybody that interact with us today, Nico, Codephobia, Brandon, stop by, everybody.
Yeah, Codephobia asked what time we start. I'm Eastern time, and we start at 9:00 Eastern. Shorty is Pacific time, and that is 6 p.m. his time.
And we've been doing that usually, even when we did it different days from Wednesday, we've been starting around that same time too. So I think it usually falls around the evening for us. That is a good time when we start to stream.
Yeah, it's a good sweet spot for me because it's after my kids are in bed.
For sure. Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks ton for all of our new followers today and all the interaction. Super fun, and look forward to doing more.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Dude. Did you notice I look over at you? I look over, there you are. All right. We out.
Yeah, later.